بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most
السيدات
benevolent,
والسادة
ladies and
الحضور
gentlemen,
الكريم،
esteemed guests,
أسعد الله صباحكم
I wish you
بكل
a
خير
wonderful morning,
وأهلا
and please allow me to
ومرحبا
bid you
بكم
a warm
في
welcome
المؤتمر التربوي الدولي
to
الرابع
the 5th International Educational
تحويل
Conference
التعليم
entitled Transforming Education, Opportunities
الفرص
and Challenges
والتحديات
to
لتعزيز
enhance the
مستقبل
future of
التعليم
education
في
in the
دول
Gulf countries.
الخليج الذي ينظمه
This
المركز
conference
العربي للبحوث
is
التربوية في
held
دول
by
الخليج
the GASERC
برعاية كريمة
in
من معالي
collaboration
المهندس سيد جلال سيد عبد
under the
المحسن
patronage
الطبطباني
of His Excellency Engineer Jalal Abdel Mohsen Al-Tabtabani, Minister of Education in Kuwait.
وبمشاركة قادة التعليم
This conference is being held in collaboration with the leading individuals in the field of education in the Gulf and the large selection of educational experts on the national, regional, and international levels. We also have a large number of representatives from international organizations that are concerned in the field with the field of education.
السادة والسيدات
Ladies and gentlemen,
خير ما نستهل به هذه
at the
المناسبة
outset
الكريمة
of this educational conference,
مباركة من كتاب الله الكريم
I would like to quote the Holy Book of God.
من الشيطان الرجيم بسم
شو
الله
المشكلة؟
الرحمن الرحيم
شو المشكلة؟
الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين.
ضيوفنا الكرام
Esteemed guests,
ما أسعدنا اليوم
we are quite glad
ونحن نلتقي بكم على أرض
to meet with you here in our dear Kuwait. This Kuwait, which is honored to welcome a large number of pioneers in the field of education and a large number of experts in that same field coming from the GCC and from all over the world. In this very important high-level event, which represents a very serious step on the path to enhancing the future of education in the GCC in light of the latest developments and challenges that we are currently facing, and as an expression of our common attempt to ensure the sustainability of education in a way that meets the aspirations of our GCC communities to achieve sustainable development and development as well as prosperity, we are all gathered here. This conference is a translation of the common GCC efforts as well as a clear representation of the collaboration that is ongoing between our countries. We will now listen to a poem entitled The Gulf of Glory. It will be read to us by the talented Noura At-Toubi, a student from the Sultanate of Oman, as an expression of her pride and belonging to this noble GCC area. A boundless peace to you, beloved, and love and respect that cannot be disregarded. I read them all and send your way this present that smells of flowers and roses, carried by the tides of a wavy sea. راح صوت من عنده، عم تسمع؟ راح صوت الفلور من عنده. I have come here representing my country, our dear Gulf, in its entirety. مش الحال. I have come here representing my country, and our dear Gulf in its entirety. I have come here to express my pride in our roots and a history rendered glorious. Glorious by accomplishments and efforts, and a cultural legacy that knows no bound. From the land of frankincense, I have so eagerly come, with my deep longing preceding me, my longing for the unparalleled beauty of Kuwait, which has so highly risen. Through you, O Oman, I raise my voice, a voice that shall echo in the UAE and Najd. O palms of Hijaz, you have captured my heart with your sweet tasting and savory fruits. O beloved Qatar, my passion for your beautiful Doha has consumed me. Oh, dear land of Kuwait, your value has so highly soared, you the cradle of art. And from the sea of Manama, blessings overflow and embellish the surroundings. We are united by our Arabic tongue and our fear of God, whom we worship. May God keep us all united, and may our unity cast fear in the hearts of the oppressors. We shall defeat the tyrant and the cruel, and roar as mighty lions in the face of evil. We shall remain brothers in God, now and forever. Our bond can never be questioned. We shall stand tall, as we are accustomed to, and enjoy what life has to offer. The love I bear for my country shall forever live in my heart. It shall protect and guide us. Gulf of glory, I would serve you with my life. An oath that the free shall always honor. Gulf of glory, I would serve you with my life. An oath that the free shall always honor. An oath that the free shall always honor. Thank you. I have written those verses to bid you welcome, to bid this exceptional educational cadre welcome, and I hope that you have liked those couple of verses. I have come here to bid you farewell. The morning has risen, and we are full of optimism as we see your bright faces. We look forward to listening to your experiences and to share our experiences right here in this venue. I have spread the petals of the roses on the way to pave that path to educational growth and development. Our ancestors are currently listening to us, and we have been able to make them proud. This is our land. This is the land of glory and dignity, a land that cannot be sold. Our love for our country shall always remain and soar. It is our sworn oath to honor our lands. And you have planted the seeds of pride and honor, and now it is time to reap what you have sown. Hand in hand, we will be able, through our efforts, to enjoy the fruits of our labor. You, the generous ones, rise as the sun to eliminate the darkness. And we look forward to listening to what you have to say. Thank you. اوكي هذا زبدتها ما بعرف من جبتها الحمد لله. Yeah. Thank you very much to our passionate student. Those verses were definitely an expression of love to the Arabic language. Poetry in Arabic is just so expressive, and our colleague here has just shown us how. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, we would like to inform you that at 10 a.m. we will hear the sirens, the warning sirens go on, This is simply a mock trial that will be undertaken in the country of Kuwait, so we just wanted to warn you about that. Esteemed guests, it is now our pleasure to invite His Excellency Engineer Jalal Abdel Mohsen At-Tabtabani, Minister of Education in Kuwait, and our patron for today to address the esteemed guests. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, and prayer be on our faithful and honest Prophet Muhammad and all of his friends and family. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, may the peace and blessings of God be upon you. It pleases me to welcome all of you today to this very important educational conference, the fourth educational conference held by the GASERC. This fourth conference is entitled Transforming Education, Opportunities and Challenges to Enhance the Future in Education in the Gulf Countries. We are proud to host this very important conference in Kuwait today. This conference welcomes a large number of experts, academics, and researchers, as well as high-level cadre in the field of education, coming not only from the GCC, but from all around the world. We are gathered here to discuss the main issues pertaining to the future of education in our Gulf countries. Esteemed guests, the Ministry of Education in Kuwait is quite proud with the vast support that His Highness Sheikh Mash'al Al-Ahmad Al-Jabir Al-Sabah, the Emir of the State of Kuwait, has provided us with, as well as the Crown Prince. May God bless them and protect them. I would also like to give praise to His Majesty, the Minister of Interior, as those efforts clearly reflect the willingness of our leaders to enhance education. We are also proud of all of the support that we have received, as this represents the cornerstone on the path that we are undertaking to further enhance education and develop it in this country and in the GCC. This further reinforces the responsibilities that fall on our shoulders in terms of exerting all the necessary efforts to promote and enhance the educational systems in place. Esteemed guests, this conference represents a vital platform for the exchange of ideas and visions regarding the future of education, notably in light of the swift transformations that are overtaking the world on the technological level as well as on the social and economic spheres. Not to mention the importance of the human resource aspect. Education today is no longer limited to sharing knowledge. Education also relies on sharing the necessary skills to lead our daily lives. And this allows our students and our learners to adapt with the new to the new emerging challenges of the era, as well as to overcome those obstacles that could hinder the progress of the educational systems in the GCC. The generations of the future shall be equipped with the necessary tools in order to overcome the challenges on the road to achieving sustainable development. We therefore need to continue exerting common efforts not only on the local level but also on the regional and international levels. This will help us achieve a momentum and achieve a drastic change in the educational sphere with the aim of preparing future generations to overcome the challenges of the future. In that framework, I would like to praise the admirable role undertaken by the Arab Center, the GASERC, in terms of supporting educational opportunities in all the GCC countries, as the center provides a large number of initiatives and programs with the aim of achieving the aforementioned objective. This center plays a major role in the educational sphere. It also undertakes a large number of, it carries out a large scope research, as well as organizes training sessions and undertakes initiatives with the aim of exchanging experiences and expertise and enhancing cooperation between the different GCC countries. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate what I have said at the beginning. I bid you a very warm welcome to this conference. This conference is a reflection of your unshaken commitment in promoting education and exchanging ideas as well as expertise with the aim of determining or shaping the future of educational systems. We also rely on your active participation, which will represent a main pillar to achieving the sought-after success. I call upon you, I wish you full success in this event, and I hope that the outcome this event will eventually lead to conclusions and recommendations that will allow us to achieve our objectives in the educational sphere in the GCC countries, with the aim of building a sustainable education future for our kids and for the learners. Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Highness, for your very valuable speech. I will now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Jassim Al-Badawi, Secretary General of the Gulf Cooperation Council. Please, Mr. Jassim, the floor is yours. In the name of God, the most merciful, the most gracious, may the peace and prayer of God be upon His noble Prophet, our faithful and honest Muhammad, and all of his friends and family. Excellency, Engineer Jalal Abdel Mohsen Al-Tabtabani, Minister of Education in Kuwait. Excellencies, esteemed guests, may the peace and blessings of God be upon you. It pleases me at the outset to pay tribute to His Highness Sheikh Mish'al Al-Ahmad Al-Jaber Al-Sabah, the Emir of the State of Kuwait. May God protect and bless him. I would like to thank His Highness for allowing Kuwait to host this exceptional conference. I would also like to thank His Highness for all the efforts and support that were provided by the State of Kuwait to the GCC, and I would also like to praise the common efforts undertaken by the GCC countries to make this conference a reality. It is my deepest pleasure to attend this conference alongside the esteemed guests. This conference is being organized by the GASERC and is entitled Transforming Education, Opportunities and Challenges to Enhance the Future of Education in the Gulf Countries. Highnesses, Excellencies, the creation of the GCC aimed at ensuring a high level of cooperation and collaboration between the member states in order to achieve a common objective and further promoting common interests between GCC countries on different levels, namely in the spheres of education and culture. The common educational path has been followed by a large number of countries in the GCC. The cooperation between the GCC countries has started in 1981 through the center that was the Arab Center that was created as a result of that. This further clearly confirms to us that education as the top of our priority list, and it is at the very core of the efforts that we are undertaking to achieve a better future. Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, education is one of the main pillars that will allow us to achieve sustainable development in the GCC countries. Therefore, efforts should be undertaken on better managing the educational cadre that are in place. It is important to ensure that they are up to date and that they are aware of the latest developments that are taking place in the sphere of education, that should be fully capable of providing the best performance possible and to partake in the efforts aimed at achieving sustainable development in the GCC countries. Under the patronage of their Highnesses and Majesties, the leaders and heads of the GCC countries, we know that through the formulated recommendations and undertaken initiatives, we will be able to achieve our objectives proudly. Allow me to mention a number of those initiatives. The GCC countries first have adopted a plan in the field of education for the year 2023-2026. Second, the strategic plan for cooperation in the field of higher education and scientific education for the year 2026. Three, the Gulf database called JISR or Bridge was also launched with the aim of further promoting research and cooperation in the field of research between GCC countries. This database encompasses 4 sub-databases. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is being held at a crucial moment in our history, as we need to rethink about how to properly prepare future generations to overcome the challenges of the current era. We are living at a time when transformation is happening abruptly, and the dynamics of the current global order are changing. This has an impact on the field of education, as the GCC country is a fundamental part of the international system or international community, and as the GCC country is therefore facing those same challenges, we are currently striving to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, notably the 4th goal aimed at ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education and promoting lifelong learning opportunities for all. The GCC countries want to ensure that all the necessary basic services in the field of education are provided to work on boosting the educational sector. Therefore, a large number of initiatives were undertaken to promote coordination and cooperation between the GCC countries, not to mention that several recommendations were also drafted for that same purpose. We are currently exploring how to better develop the field of education and how to ensure that our students and our learners are capable of benefiting from the opportunities that the new technologies provide them with. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, I stand before you today proudly as GCC countries have achieved high level of improvement in the field of education, and we have also made a lot of effort in terms of achieving equality between the genders. Not to mention that regional and international indicators showcase that GCC countries are striving indeed to provide an enabling educational environment, including all the necessary basic services according to what was mentioned in the last statistical report about sustainable development regarding the work carried out by GCC countries for the year 2024, and what was issued by the Statistical Center of the GCC countries. Allow me, esteemed guests, to go over or provide with an overview of some of those indicators. On the regional level, GCC countries were able to achieve the highest level possible, 99.2, in terms of having access to education, starting 1 year prior to the official age of education. It has also been The report also mentioned that 100% of schools and educators were capable of benefiting from the necessary training to achieve the aforementioned objective. Secondly, on the international global level, about 72.4% of GCC countries in 2022 were capable of boosting the number of children who were going to school, not to mention the number of schools who were benefiting from necessary financial support to provide the basic services for those learners. Lastly, I would like to thank all of the individuals who were in charge of organizing this conference, namely the GASERC and the different experts that we have present here with us, and which represent a large number of international and regional organizations, not to forget the civil society organizations as well, who have largely contributed to the organization of this conference. So I wish you full success in your endeavors, and may the peace and blessings of God be upon you. Thank you very much, Excellency. I will now give the floor to Dr. Abdulrahman Al-Nasimi, Director of the ABEGS. Please go ahead, the floor is yours. In the name of God, the most merciful, the most gracious, and the prayers and blessings of God be on his last prophet and his family and friends. Excellency, Engineer Jalal Al-Tabtabani, Minister of Education and patron of this conference. Your Excellency, Mr. Jassim Al-Badawi, Secretary General of the GCC, Excellencies, esteemed colleagues, experts, GCC and international experts, esteemed guests, may the blessings and peace of God be upon you. It pleases me to be here with you today and to contribute to the opening of the 4th educational conference held by the GASERC. The conference for this year holds the following title: Transforming Education, Opportunities and Challenges to Enhance the Future of Education in the Gulf Countries. This forum represents an opportunity for us to launch a large number of discussions with the aim of suggesting creative ideas and finding solutions that could help improve the quality of education. This conference also provides us with the opportunity to overcome the relevant challenges that we are facing and to draw a brighter future for the generations to come. Therefore, I hope that this conference will be a success and that its outcomes will be up to the expectations. I'd also like to seize this opportunity as we convene in the state of Kuwait. This state, which is benefiting or witnessing an era of prosperity similarly to other GCC countries. I would like therefore to seize the opportunity to praise His Highness Sheikh Mash'al Ahmad Al-Jabir Al-Sabah, the Emir of the State of Kuwait, as well as their Highnesses and Majesties, the different heads of state. I would also like to thank the head of the ABEGS, as they are striving to ensure our success and the success of GCC countries, notably in the field of education, whether strategically or on a development level. Ladies and gentlemen, education and the importance of education has always been the top priority for GCC countries. Different plans for development and improvement have been adopted, not to mention the various strategies and initiatives that were undertaken to achieve this objective. Every single country was actively engaged in working on the educational sector in order to achieve its objectives, because at the end of the day, quality education is the only way to achieve a better future. Therefore, it's not possible for any country to face the current challenges and transformations that are taking place in our world without education. We therefore acknowledge the importance of this conference, which will allow us to discuss a large number of topics pertaining to the future of education in the Gulf. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, transforming education has now become a hot topic all over the world, as it was highlighted specifically in the New York Summit. Despite the different contexts in which this topic was discussed, however, it was clearly translated in a strategic plan that was also adopted. This was based on the following consideration. Why do we need to transform education? What are the shortcomings that could be detected in the educational systems that are in place around the world? What are the strategic measures that could be undertaken to achieve this transformation? The Arab Center has tried to ask itself the aforementioned questions and to place them under consideration. Not to mention that that same center has contributed to organizing a large number of meetings to discuss this topic, and it has also provided the opportunity to hold research and to hold a number of forums such as this very conference with the aim of discussing or finding answers to those questions. The center is also the Bureau, is still very keen on ensuring development in the field of education.
Your Excellencies, our students nowadays are living in a very volatile age where they are facing surges and waves of information and also interaction with other cultures, and a lot of steady changes that are exponentially taking place, and this transforming this new reality as very important to be taken into consideration in the educational plans for the necessity to overcome these challenges and opportunities, and then exploring the future based on the basis of the 21st century skills. And the digital transformation and AI require from us different types of skills, and this requires from us to have much better exploratory and future-oriented vision in order to meet the requirements and the needs for the comprehensive development of such skill sets, and the importance of integrating them in our curricula and teaching plans. And in conclusion, I would like to express my thanks again to His Excellency the Minister of Education in Kuwait, the patron of this conference, and also the Secretary General of the GCC for their continuous support of the GASERC activities, which helped or contributed to transforming our mission and vision into reality. And a great thanks extended to the head of the GASERC Center, Dr. Mohammed Shreik, and his colleagues for the great efforts that have been taken in order to prepare, organize, and set this conference. And I would like to extend all my thanks to all of you for your active participation in this conference, which will contribute to the fruitfulness of this one. And based on, we seek the assistance of Allah for that. Peace be upon you all. Thank you. Thanks a lot to His Excellency, the Director General of the Arab Bureau of Education for the Gulf States. And now we give the floors to Dr. Mohammed Salim Al-Malik, Director General of the Islamic World Organization, Scientific and Cultural Organization, ACISCO, to deliver his speech.
مزاجك إذا مفتوح؟
لا بيشوش من برا.
خلاص اوكي سكر هذا خلاص. ما بقدر الهيك سوري.
فيك تطلعي إذا كان بدك. In the name of Allah, the Merciful, the Beneficent, all praise to Allah, and peace be upon our Prophet Muhammad. Your Excellency, Engineer Jalal Abdel Mohsen Tabtabai, the Minister of Education in the state of Kuwait, I would like to commend you for the trust by His Highness the Emir for appointing you as a Minister of Education, and wish you all success. Your Excellency, Sir Jassim Al-Badawi, the Secretary General of the GCC, and Your Excellency, Dr. Abdurrahman Al-Asimi, the Director General of the Arab Bureau of Education for the Gulf States, and Dr. Muhammad Sheikhi, the Director of the Gulf Arab States Educational Research Center, our distinguished guest, peace be upon you all. The steps are taking place and following each other, and where we meet in different circles and sessions are organized and unfold. International conferences and follow-ups of everything, and the media is always trying to find out or to pick up on what's happening in education. So what has come up in order for giving all this interest in this field for 5 decades, and the educational level or the education concern globally is still one of the hot topics being discussed. The educational reforms and the education of the different aspects, where we find occasionally some of the concerns or waves here and there. And the GCC states have actually made calls for the educational reform, its recommendations and consequences, and that actually had taken place, and what actually pushed ACISCO to take this idea in the collective work, joint collective work for the Ministers of Education conference currently in Muscat in Oman. And why the United Nations have actually, the members of the United Nations have taken into consideration to be accountable for transforming education 2022 summit. And the education has always been a drive or a call for interest, and there have been a lot of radical changes in the Arab world that require this push for the core of education. Based on the values, ethics, and different policies, plans, the partnerships, and the curricula, and other influences. It is true that the AI revolution have put on the minds and the people its fingerprint everywhere. The educational field has been the most affected by the consequences or the outcomes of AI, and the knowledge which is based on human capital has actually made this transformation for the education transformation, call for the educational transformation, and the sparks of the future have put this education on the track for more conducive education systems. All that is true. However, what is most correct is the human awareness for the power that actually formulates or shapes the new age. The age where we cannot take any alleged claims for that, or probably to address this issue in the age which brings in different types of cartels and different types of gatherings across the globe, where that brings partnerships more open and more productive and more self-support. And understanding this kind of radical change is the driver for transformation and for change, and all the remainings are only details. In 2002, the Gulf Summit in Doha was organized, which approved the education reform in order to take the pathway where we find the GCC on on the verge of transformation that requires actually a lot of commitments, commitment to ourselves and commitment to the others, and to listen to the great truths we have. And we can find 5 truths about that, or 5 core truths represented on what is presented in the educational demographic aspect. And about 10 million students, representing about 10% of the total population, is an influential number, crucial number in the near, medium, and long term. And also the positive aspects where we can transform that into productivity, or the negative aspects that might lead to unemployment. And the population growth is more than 2% per year. And next, we need to take into consideration the curricula, which have find out after pickering a lot of aspects related to the imported curricula that might undermine our system. And this aspect refers to what needs to be taken into consideration in order to be the cornerstone for the transformation, and in order for the specificity to be a portal for openness, and to be the eye as represented or manifested, an opening key for the others. Third, the governance or the governing ideas of creating a new paradigm in education that takes into consideration the philosophy of education through the transformation of education, and where this new school of research, the student-centered education school, is a tool that have been actually become or transformed into something born with the students, instead of being the pile of books they have. And the importance of the digitalization of that, or digitization in this aspect, and also the future towards the state and the Gulf shows differences or discrepancies, and despite the huge expenses or the expenditures, collectively more than $70 billion for the infrastructure and for the educational softwares and the programs, and this indicator does not actually reflect positively on the level of educational progress. And fourth, the GCC, or the Gulf states, actually the most comprehensive and connected part of the world, where the students, the teachers, the schools, and the family, and to what extent we can actually benefit from this kind of cohesion and coherence within this framework of education. Fifth, so the education transformation will not take place correctly without actually ensuring the right position of the teachers and the continuous professional development and of the teachers and educators, because it is the cornerstone for launching the creative and innovative educational process in the GCC, and in the population, which is about 328,000 teachers, which is actually very high compared to the ratio between teacher and students, and providing the parallel education, providing, for example, or approving the teacher license, and setting up the higher education centers for continuous education for teachers. And then there is a space for improvement, and for all these actually to be congruent with each other. And what about the others? For example, starting with the self, and the GCC countries have actually responsibility for the underdeveloped countries, and the responsibility I see by heading this organization which has about 53 member states. A lot of them are under the poverty line, where their education requires to have actually more support from us, and to continue our support, and which have never been reluctant or wavering. So there is a dire need for providing more support, specifically to education in these underdeveloped countries, for helping them to upgrade their growth and development. And we hope nobody will lag behind or set the fault for that. And then we need to set our pride for what have been achieved in the educational level or domain in the Gulf, and some bright sparks here and there, which actually help us avoid self-blame. And my recommendation is for ourselves, and the other recommendation is for those who deserve our support. First, I support to re-evaluate all the processes, the reform processes which have taken place over the 2 decades, and excluding all what has become not valid for that, and this to be mandated to the Arab Center for Education of the GCC with GASERC. And also the other aspect with regards to the aspiration of education according to the modern urban and educational communities. And second, collaborating with ISISCO with regards to the needs of the Islamic countries and their aspirations towards support in the education field. ISISCO has a lot of cumulative knowledge and experience about what's happening in the member states, and through what is being provided by the national committees to the ISISCO, and that will save a lot of effort and time. And in conclusion, a great thanks and appreciation to the Arab Bureau for Education for the GCC states, and for their continuous support and collaboration, and for all what helped organize and make this meeting successful. Peace be upon you all. Thank you. Thanks a lot to Your Excellency, Dr. Salim Al-Malik. Now I give the floors to Mr. Stephen Ostivet, the UNESCO International Bureau of Education Director, to give you the floor to deliver his keynote about the UNESCO and the International Bureau of Education.
Good morning, Mr. Minister of Education, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me to be here today at this important conference. Education in the Gulf is indeed undergoing a significant transformation which results from rapid political, economic, social, and technological changes. These challenges require flexible responses and new innovations to ensure a high quality and sustainable education outcomes. Since our funding in 1925, UNESCO IBE has been working hand in hand with countries to make education systems more relevant, resilient, and capable of responding to local and global challenges. Today, rapid development provides an immediate opportunity to harness education as a key driver of prosperity and stability. But first of all, equipping young people with the knowledge, skills, and values for life, professional aspirations, and sustainable development lie at the very heart of our work. In a rapidly changing world, education systems must transcend traditional boundaries to embrace a broader vision. In the Gulf, a region rich in culture and heritage and poised for economic growth, young people require an education that prepares them for complex futures. This means fostering both cognitive and non-cognitive skills, problem solving, digital literacy, environmental awareness, empathy, and intercultural understanding. IBE has been working closely with countries to develop curriculum frameworks that incorporate not only academic knowledge, but also these essential 21st century competencies. This ensures that students are prepared for dynamic job markets and equipped to contribute positively to society. The Gulf countries' commitment to fostering global citizenship and sustainable development through education aligns directly with these goals. Multilingualism plays a vital role in an endogenous curriculum, one that builds from the values, knowledge, and experiences within communities. By embedding multilingual education into learning systems, we not only honor the diverse linguistic roots of our societies, but also prepare students for a world that is interconnected and culturally rich. When approached with inclusion and cultural awareness, multilingualism becomes more than a skill. It fosters empathy, broadens perspectives, and equips individuals to engage thoughtfully across cultures. This approach strengthens social cohesion, making us better prepared to address modern challenges together with respect and understanding at the core. Supporting the teaching profession is essential to education transformation. At IBE, we view teachers not simply as implementers of curriculum, but as architects of learning experiences and champions of change. But to unlock their full potential, teachers require targeted support, resources, and professional development. They need opportunities to refine their pedagogical skills, embrace innovative teaching methods, and integrate technology into the classroom. For the Gulf countries, where education systems are diverse and teachers' capacity needs vary, it is important to build competencies in curriculum development and establish continuous professional development pathways so that we ensure that teachers are equipped to lead students through this period of transformation. Equipping teachers across the Gulf with robust support tools and training is essential for transforming educational aspirations into impactful classroom experiences. A well-prepared teaching workforce not only fosters inclusive, high-quality learning environments, but will also play a pivotal role in helping Gulf countries achieve their workforce development goals, shaping a skilled and adaptable generation for the future. A third essential pillar of education transformation today is digitalization. Gulf countries have shown significant progress in technologies, and this momentum provides the unique opportunity to integrate digital learning in a way that enhances both access and quality. Digital transformation, however, comes with both opportunities and challenges. While technology can democratize access to education and offer personalized learning pathways, it also presents risks of inequality, biases, and discrimination, and demands significant investment. At IBE, we work with countries to develop digital education policies that address these complexities. Our approach involves both empowering educators to use technology effectively and guiding policymakers in building resilient digital infrastructure that benefit all students, especially those in undeserved areas. To succeed in this area, it is crucial to see digital transformation and new emerging tools like artificial intelligence as a powerful means to support, not replace, the human element of teaching. Educators will remain central, but technology can enhance their efforts, expand resources, and provide students with interactive, immersive learning experience. Finally, to achieve any lasting change, we must consider the financing of education and enhancing the efficiency of educational systems. Education is an investment in the future, yet we often see resource constraints and inefficiency limiting the impact of educational reforms. The Gulf countries, with their commitment to advancing education as a pillar of national development, have the opportunity to maximize the effectiveness of their education spending. In this regard, we are ready to collaborate with Gulf countries to create robust frameworks that prioritize student outcomes, ensure equitable distribution of resources, and maintain transparency and accountability in education financing. IBE is inspired by the commitment of Gulf countries to transform education and prepare young people for a future full of opportunity. We believe that through collaboration, innovation, and an unwavering focus on inclusion, we can shape an education system that prepares every learner to thrive in an increasingly interconnected world. So, together, let's build education systems that are resilient and truly transformative, preparing our young people to lead, innovate, and inspire in ways that will create a peaceful, brighter, and more sustainable future for all. Thank you very much for your attention.
شكرا لسعادة
Thanks to His Excellency Ostrovit. And now we give the floors to Dr. Mohammed Shrika, the Director of the Gulf Arab States Educational Research Center, GASERC. In the name of Allah, the merciful, the beneficial, and all the praise to Allah who taught by the pen and taught humans what they were ignorant of, and peace be upon our Prophet Muhammad, the best creature, his followers and disciples all. Your Excellency, Mr. Jalal Abdul Mahsen Tabtabai, the Minister of Education in the State of Kuwait, Your Excellency, Mr. Jassim Hamad Dewi, the Secretary General of the GCC, Your Excellency, Dr. Abdul Rahman Muhammad Al-Asimi, the Director General of the Arab Bureau of Education for the GCC countries, and Mr. Madir Badr, the representative of the GCC in the region. Peace be upon you all. I'm pleased to welcome you warmly to the 4th International Education Conference under the title Education Transformation Opportunities and Challenges for Enhancing the Better Future of Education in the GCC. And it is a spot of pride to have it organized on the land of Kuwait and to be supported by all its institutions and agencies, which is a signal of the great attention paid by the political leadership in Kuwait, represented by His Highness the Emir of the country, Sheikh Mash'al Jabir Ahmed Sabah, and His Crown Prince, for the development of education and enhancing its role for the sustainable development. And on this occasion, I cannot but express great and sincere appreciation and thanks and appreciation to our political leadership in the headquarters country for their continuous support of GASERC, which has reflected impactfully on developing and enabling our GASERC Center for transforming its vision into a reality. And also great thanks to His Excellency Engineer Jalal Tabtabai, the Minister of Education for the State of Kuwait, for his patronage of this conference and being present here. Your patronage and your support for this conference is a great driver for all of us to exert to doubling our efforts and coming up with fruitful recommendations that will enhance education in the GCC states. And also thanks to Mr. Jassim Dewi, the Secretary General, for being present here and joining us. And also thanks extended to their excellencies, the ministers, the other secretaries of the Ministers of Education, for their continuous support for the Arab Bureau of Education for the GCC, and also their continuous support for the initiatives and the programs implemented under our Bureau. Our distinguished audience, this conference comes in a very critical moment where the whole world is witnessing volatile changes in the technologies and also transformations politically, economically, socially, and demographically, and which requires from us to reshape our education systems in order to be available and ready or future-oriented, and enhance the competences of our learners in order to to be ready for these challenges and changes in the future, and also to explore the opportunities and the challenges that threaten our education systems in the region, and takes us into the levels that will enhance the development aspirations of our countries, and will also translate the aspirations of our leaders and peoples for prosperity and growth. This conference is connected to the increasingly debated issues about the digital transformation, which actually occupies an important part of concern at the international organizations level, and also the educational agencies across the globe. And the most important aspect of this conference is that the GCC states are part and parcel of this digital transformation globally, in order to reshape the system of education that enhances their abilities to catch up with the requirements globally and the future orientations. Brothers and sisters, GASERC plays an important and pivotal role for the development of education in the member states through under the umbrella of the Arab Bureau of Education for the GCC states, and through the sound and super directives. And this conference is one of the most important activities through which GASERC plays an important role, and translate that for the GCC levels, and connecting that with the educational orientations globally, or trends globally. And in conclusion, I cannot but express great thanks to the speakers and to the experts in this conference who took the burdens to be with us here in order to share their experiences and to contribute to the fruitful discussions. And all thanks to all the member states for their active participation through the delegations and the partners. That actually signals their great attention paid to education field. And I would like to thank also the representatives of the regional and international organizations for participating with us in this conference, and that gives the global perspective and opens channels for collaboration and cooperation. And thanks to the presidents of universities and to the deans of the colleges of education and the researchers and the academia who have honored us by being here, and the great thanks to the Kuwait Foundation for the KFAS for the advancement of sciences, and for their continuous support.
In conclusion, the very hectic program of this conference, including the various sessions and very rich discussions, will, as a guarantee that we will be able to formulate recommendations which will allow us to further push forward the agenda of sustainable development in the field of education in Gulf countries. We will also rely on the expertise that will be shared by a large number of regional and international experts. May the blessings, peace, and peace of God be upon you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the head of the GASERC. When we talk about paying tribute in this specific forum, we usually talk about paying tribute to you, esteemed guests. You have blessed us with your presence and with your participation. So please allow us to use this opportunity to share with you some souvenirs as an expression of our appreciation to you, and in order for you to remember this event, I will now call upon Dr. Muhammad and Dr. Abu Osman, who will join me on stage in order to share with the participants the souvenirs of this conference as an expression of our deep appreciation for your presence. With deep appreciation and respect, I would like to call upon His Highness, the Minister of Education in the State of Kuwait, His Excellency Engineer Jalal Abdul Mohsen Al-Gandamari, to receive this souvenir. Thank you very much, Your Highness, for your presence among us. Thank you for the word that you have expressed. Yes, thank you very much for everything. Your Excellency, we hope that you will grace us with your presence throughout the day. I would now like to call Mr. Jassim Al-Muhammad Al-Hanawi, the Secretary General much for your attendance. Thank you for being here and for your participation.
وأيضا نستأذنك بأن تبقى أيضا مع أصحاب المعالي. نستأذنك.
We would like to take a commemorative picture, please.
ندعو الآن معالي الدكتور سالم بن محمد
I will now
الكبير العام
call
لمنظمة
upon
العالم
the
الإسلامي
Secretary
للتربية
General
والثقافة. شكرا لك دكتور سالم على وكلاء
GLSERC. Thank you very much, Mr. Salem, for being here, and we hope that you will like this souvenir.
وبكل تقدير أيضا ندعو معالي الدكتور مودي الحمود رئيس مجلس الإدارة التأسيسي لجامعة عبد الله السالم الصبح.
Salem Al-Sabah University in Kuwait. Thank you, Doctor, for being here. Thank you for your presence with us.
وندعو في هذه اللحظة أيضا سعادة السيد اسم أوستبت.
I would also like to call Mr. Sven Ostervit,
التابع للدستور السعودي
head
المنصة
of the
للتكريم. شكرا لك.
UNESCO IPA to receive our certificate. Thank you very much, Mr. Ostervit.
نأمل أيضا نفسي أن نبقى أيضا مع أصحاب المعالي.
I will ask
أيضا ثمة من أسهم لتكريم آخر نقول له شكرا في هذه المناسبة.
and I would like to thank all of the sponsors and
الدكتور عبد الله الشيخ سيديا مدير الصندوق العربي للاقتصادي والاجتماعي.
I will now ask Dr. Abdullah Shakhsidia to join me on stage.
تفضل الدكتور عبد الله.
He is the head of the Arab Fund for Economic and Social Development in Kuwait.
أيضا ندعو بكل احترام وتقدير السيدة ندى الفارس
Also,
ممثل
I
مؤسسة
Ms.
الكويت
Nada
للتقدم
Al-Fayez
العلمي.
to join me on stage.
السيدة ندى الفارس شكرا لك.
She is the head of the Kuwait Foundation for the Advancement of Science.
كبير شكري وتقديري للصندوق العربي للاقتصادي والاجتماعي ومؤسسة الكويت للتقدم العلمي الإسلامي
Kuwait Foundation for the Advancement of Science, the KFAS, and the Arab Fund for Economic and Social Development in Kuwait for sponsoring, contributing sponsorship of this event. Esteemed guests, we kindly ask you to remain seated. We will start the first session very shortly. Thank you very much, Excellencies. Thank you for being with us. And thank you for joining us in commemorating this very important event. We will start with our first session in a couple of seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, we hope that the outcomes of this conference will help support the development of HTC countries. We also hope that the undertaken efforts will help adopt up-to-date or more up-to-date curricula. We will now officially start with the presentations of this event. We will have two main speakers for the first day. We now ask Professor Garnier to join us on stage. He is the former Minister of the Secretary General of the United Nations for the Educational Summit 2020. And I also call upon the former Minister of Education in Costa Rica to also join me on stage, as he will be giving a lecture on the future of education insights from PISA and OECD research evidence. So I'll now give the floor to His Excellency, the former Minister of Education.
وقد شغل
Professor Garnier has recently served as the consultant of the Secretary General of the United Nations in the field of education. He has also worked with the Ministry of Planning and Education in Costa Rica between the years 1994 and 1998. He has also been Minister of Education from the year 2006 until 2014. Furthermore, he has worked as a consultant on various political, economic, social, and human or educational-related issues in the UNDP as well as the ICLAC, not to mention the UNICEF. I will now give the floor to Professor Leonardo Garnier.
First of all, I want to thank the States Educational Research Center, GACERC, for inviting me to this 4th International Educational Conference. The purpose of the conference is to promote the discussion about the future of education in the Gulf states in the context of the United Nations Transforming Education Summit 2022, and my role today is to summarize for you the main missions that emerged from that summit. The summit started by recognizing, this is not working. Okay. And the summit started by recognizing that in spite of the significant advances in the first 2 decades of this century, advances that were halted by the dramatic impact of the COVID pandemic, the truth is that across the world, education is in a deep crisis. On the one hand, it is a crisis of equity and inclusion, as millions remain out of school. Worldwide, almost 250 million children are out of school, including nearly half of the refugee children. 1 in every 4 young persons are excluded from education, training, or employment, and almost 800 million youth and adults remain illiterate, the majority of them women. On the other hand, it is also a crisis of quality and relevance, as many of those who do have access to schooling are not even learning the basics, let alone acquiring much more complex competencies like creative, critical, and scientific thinking, digital skills, socio-emotional and civic values and competencies. These crises are the result of many complex and often interrelated causes. They are the product of social circumstances that hinder the ability of many potential learners to attend school and to afford the direct and indirect costs of education, as well as their ability to study and learn, as many of them suffer from poor nutrition and health, insufficient early stimulation, time constraints for their learning activities, or the effects of gender and other stereotypes. Educational exclusion and learning barriers also include an intergenerational and historical element. In fact, one of the main predictors of a person's educational achievement is the level of income and schooling of the adults responsible for the household, particularly the mother. These inequalities are often further amplified by the very education systems that should be solving the problem, as educational opportunities do not really reach those who need them the most. As UNESCO has argued, today's educational gaps in access, participation, and outcomes are often based on yesterday's exclusions. The long-term consequences of this crisis are enormous. The World Bank and UNICEF have estimated that learning poverty, defined as a child's ability to read and understand a simple text at age 10, worsened from 58% to 70% in low and lower middle-income countries during the pandemic, which is a terrible number. The mere economic impact of learning poverty implies that this generation risks losing $25 trillion in present value in potential lifetime earnings. That's the equivalent of 17% of today's GDP. But we all know that education is much more than merely an economic investment.
As the UN Secretary General emphasized in his vision statement at the Transforming Education Summit, education must be understood holistically in terms of 4 dimensions. First, students must learn to learn. This starts with their ability to read and write, to communicate clearly and effectively, to develop numerous digital and scientific knowledge and skills. Education must also instill in them the curiosity, the creativity, the capacity for critical thinking, which are essential for developing their capacity to deal with complexity in an increasingly uncertain and interconnected world. Second, they must learn to do. As the world of work undergoes rapid and dramatic changes, so must education change to prepare every person for the challenges of the future, including the green, the digital, and the care economy, and offering them lifelong learning opportunities, both in formal and in informal education. Third, they must learn to live together. In a world of increasing inequality, rising tensions, unfolding conflicts and wars, increasing mistrust, a weakening of democratic culture, and in the context of a dramatic environmental crisis, education must help us with other and with nature. This has to do with ethics, equality and justice. It has to do with empathy and kindness, with civic responsibility, democracy and human rights. Students must learn to understand and enjoy our rich human diversity and our capacity and active commitment as global citizens, with the goals of confronting poverty and inequality, of promoting respect for the environment, and pursuing a fair and sustainable development. And fourth, students must learn to be. Education must expand every learner's potential for creativity and innovation, their capacity to enjoy and to express themselves through the arts, through their awareness of history, the diversity of cultures, and their disposition for leading a healthy life, to participate in physical activities, games, and sports. The deepest purpose of education lies precisely in learning how to live well, instilling in learners the values and the capacities to lead a meaningful life, to enjoy that life, and to live it fully. For education to achieve these goals, education itself must be transformed so that we become a truly learning society. At the summit, we argued that this required significant transformations in at least 4 basic areas, some of which were already mentioned in the previous section. First, we need more and better schools. Schools must be available and accessible for all, especially where they are needed the most. But that is not enough. We must confront and revert every kind of exclusion affecting those marginalized or underserved, such as rural populations, low-income households, migrants, refugees, displaced persons, and people experiencing discrimination on the grounds of disability, ethnicity, religion, sex orientation, or gender identity. To be truly inclusive, schools must become safe, healthy, and stimulated learning environments that support equality and inclusion for all. Second, as we heard before, we also need more and better teachers. Teachers are and will remain the cornerstone of education, but the teaching profession shares in the crisis of education. We face not only a shortage of teachers, but also a weakened position of teachers in society. To confront the shortage of quality teachers, we need to improve their working conditions, ensuring fair pay and fulfilling and engaging professional experience, so that teaching becomes and remains an increasingly attractive profession. But again, that's not enough. In order to transform education, teachers must transform themselves. They must go from passive and unilateral purveyors of information into active and stimulating guides in their students' increasingly autonomous and learning capacity. The authority of teachers will no longer depend on their having more information than their students or on their punitive power over the students, but rather on their capacity to instill in them the curiosity and the love for learning and to lead them into learning adventures. Third, we need to harness the digital revolution, as was mentioned before. Like any other type of work, teaching depends not only on the personal capacities of teachers, but also on the tools and resources with which they perform their job. For too long, these tools have remained largely unchanged in the form of textbooks, notebooks, and blackboards. The digital revolution and the explosion of digital teaching and learning resources, including artificial intelligence, brings great promise to confront inequalities and inadequacies on the current education system. But the promise, as UNESCO has emphasized, also comes with great risks. For the digital revolution to really contribute to solve both the crisis of access and the crisis of quality and relevance, it must be educationally and pedagogically harnessed. As stated in the Transforming Education Summit, harnessing the digital revolution has to do with what we call the 3 C's: connectivity, capacity, and content. First, to close the equity gap, we must ensure connectivity and access to digital equipment, computers, tablets, smartphones, and others. Second, we must ensure that there is a sufficient capacity in teachers, in principals, in education administrators to effectively leverage digital tools for promoting creative, evidence-based, and increasingly independent learning in their students. And third, and this is quite critical, we must ensure the production and open distribution of high-quality, curriculum-relevant digital content and resources so that they are truly available to all learners and teachers. These are typical public goods, which require a significant effort and a high fixed cost to be produced, but once they are produced, they can be widely used by teachers and students everywhere with very little or no additional cost. However, if left only to the market, such resources would become artificially scarce and expensive, thus remaining inaccessible to teachers and poor students in many contexts. That is why we must transform digital teaching and learning resources into free and open global public goods so that their financing, design, production, and distribution are organized so as to guarantee free and open access for teachers and learners everywhere. We've talked about schools, about teachers, about learning resources. The fourth transformation requires that both the content and the method of education are up to the task for the challenges of today and tomorrow. Content must be relevant, interesting, and open-ended. It must be contextual, both locally and globally, and build on the needs, the cultures, and the traditions of a learning society. Foundational learning is essential, of course, but the definition of foundational must evolve beyond literacy and numeracy in line with the changing world, to include also digital skills, creative, critical, scientific thinking, and social, emotional skills, as I said above. Education needs to move from the traditional mode of rote learning, still prevalent in many places, to a more active approach, based on activities such as project-based learning, collaborative methods, problem-solving, critical thinking, and an inquiry-based learning strategy. Assessment should also be formative in order to reflect the pedagogical goals in ways that promote meaningful growth and learning for all students. So, we know what it takes to transform education. More and better schools, more and better teachers, connectivity, capacity, and the content necessary to harness the digital revolution, and the promotion of a much more relevant curricular content and a learner-centered pedagogy. The problem is that we need this at scale. The right to education, if it is to be truly a right and not merely an aspiration, must be real for every person in the world, especially every young person. And yet, with almost 250 million children and youth out of school, we are far from reaching that goal. We might think that a challenge is too big to tackle. According to the Global Education Monitoring Report, low and lower middle-income countries face a $97 billion annual financing gap to achieve the SDG 4, universal quality education, by 2030. $97 billion is undoubtedly a large number, but we would be wrong to assume that it is out of reach. Today, we invest over $5 trillion per year in education in the world. That is about 6% of global GDP. The $97 billion gap represents about 2% of that total, which means that the paradox of educational investment is also a paradox of unequal investment. There are stark inequalities within countries, of course, with many of those most in need of free and good quality public education being the ones receiving less effective access and support. But there is also a glaring global inequality in educational investment. And let me give you a few numbers. Even though most children in the world live in low and lower middle income countries, most of the world's educational investment is concentrated in high income countries, which account for 63% of global investment in education, but attend only 10% of the school population, as you can see in the slide. Very different is the situation of lower middle income countries, which with only 8% of global investment must serve 50%, half of the world's school-age population. And the situation is even much more difficult in low-income countries, which try to educate 25% of the world's school-age population with only 0.6% of global investment in education. Bluntly, what we're saying is that 3/4 of the world's school-age population receive less than 10% of global education investment. This unequal distribution of educational investment translates into a global reproduction of educational inequality, as the amount of resources each country can invest per school-age person greatly diverges. Roughly, the per capita spending in education is over $8,500 per year in high-income countries, $8,500. It is about $1,000 a year in upper middle-income countries. It is only $300 a year per person in lower middle-income countries and $50 per year per person in low-income countries. That's $1 per week per person. You don't have to be an expert in education to understand what you can and cannot do with $1 per week per person. In the low and lower middle income countries, the challenge of educational investment can only be solved if the national effort is substantially complemented by international cooperation. For countries that are investing from $50 to $300 a year per person, even doubling their national effort, as they should, would not be enough. However, what we have seen since the pandemic is that overseas development assistance to education has been falling. The international community must step in, reverse current trends, and make the difference. In most countries, however, investment in education can and should be financed with national resources because it makes sense to do so. Investing in education should be seen not only as a moral or political imperative, which it is, but also as a sensible economic investment. 5 decades of research and the experience of many countries have confirmed time and again that investing in education is one of the best, if not the best, investment a country can make in order to increase income and improve the material well-being of its population. But it's not only a question of investing more in education, which we certainly must. It is also a question of investing better, that is, investing more equitably and investing more efficiently in education. As a simple example of how investing better can make a big difference, a recent research paper and I quote just this example, by Angrist and colleagues, makes the case for what they consider 2 highly cost-effective educational interventions. One is structured pedagogy, which they define as a coherent package of inputs like textbooks, lessons, plans, feature training, and ongoing coaching for teachers that work together to improve class teaching. And the other is teaching according to learning levels rather than age or grade. And they showed that if they were to be deployed uniformly to reach 90% of the students in low and lower middle income countries, these interventions would cost on average $18 per student per year, generating $65 in benefits for every dollar spent. In their words, and I quote, "Our results show that increasing education expenditure by just 6% would increase learning by 120% if directed towards these highly effective interventions." There are many examples like this. We can do better with our educational investments, but we also need to invest more. And this brings me to the final part of my presentation. If we know that education is such a good investment, why is it then that so many countries do not invest more in education? Why don't they invest a higher proportion of their GDP in their national budget? Why don't they increase their investment per student and per school-age person? Why is it that there is such a strong opposition for a progressive revamping of tax systems that could increase the tax to GDP ratio and open more fiscal space for the financing of education? Because many times we listen to especially in the IMF meetings and World Bank meetings, they say there is no fiscal space. Of course, we have to create the fiscal space, and we do need tax reforms to do that. But the question is, why that doesn't happen in so many countries? And I think that to answer those questions, we need to understand that there is a very strong relation between the style of development a country has and the kind of education that comes with it. And it is a relation that goes both ways. Putting it in very simple terms, when a country is highly unequal and has a large supply of very cheap labor, it can find itself in what economists call a low-level equilibrium, of, put in more simple terms, a poverty trap. What is a poverty trap? It results from a typical vicious cycle. Market economists work through incentives. And so the type of investments most easily attracted by the abundance of cheap labor are typically unsophisticated investments with low capital intensity, low productivity, little need for human capital. But still, these investments can be very profitable in the short term, not because they contribute with increasing productivity, but because of their continued access to low-cost human and natural resources. Insofar as labor remains cheap and abundant, there is no need to improve or to upgrade productive processes, to introduce more modern technology, or to increase productivity. And then there is no need for a better educated working force. There is no need for human capital. With no need for increasingly qualified labor force, of course, there is very little incentive in such an economy for raising taxes to finance education, which is perceived as a mere expenditure. Insofar as wages remain low, there would be little economic incentive to dedicate resources to increasing the human capital of workers. This situation can be even more complicated when countries get entangled into this typical race to the bottom that you see many less developed countries use. In this race to the bottom strategies, they deregulate the labor market, they deregulate the exploitation of natural resources, they devalue their currencies, and they grant generous tax exemptions to further reduce costs in order to attract foreign investments. It's been interesting that this year's Nobel Prize in Economics to Acemoglu, Robinson, and Johnson, because they have argued that in countries where these extractive or low productivity economies prevail, the institutional framework tends to be weak, and the balance of economic and political power is significantly skewed toward the upper echelons of income and wealth, which again tend to oppose the kind of progressive tax increases that would be necessary to finance universal quality education. Education is the only way out of a poverty trap, but poverty traps curtail the capacity to invest in education, even though in the long run, for most of the population, such an investment would make a social and economic sense. Short-term profits, however, would not allow it. The combination of short-term interests with those of the local elites and global capital conspire against the significant progressive tax reforms capable of widening fiscal space, and especially against those reforms aimed at curtailing the capacity for eluding and evading taxes at global levels. As stated by the UN Secretary General, such transformations will require international tax cooperation to promote, quote, the need to address tax evasion, aggressive tax avoidance, money laundering, and illicit financial flows, and to improve and build confidence in tax systems. In order to achieve sustainable development, we must solve the educational paradox. We must transform education, but in turn, to transform education, we must also break free from perverse poverty traps and to race to the bottom strategies. We need to reverse gears. We must provoke a race to the top. As it was stated in the Fortaleza Declaration for the Global Education Meeting celebrating a couple of days ago in Brazil, Governments and global leaders must recognize that education spending is not a cost to be minimized, but a strategic long-term investment. It stimulates economies, fosters resilience and innovation, reduces inequalities, and promotes social cohesion, sustainable lifestyles, peace, and security. If we are to unlock this transformative power of educational investment to tackle global challenges and inequalities and promote a more dynamic, fair, and sustainable development, we must do three things. As I said before, we must invest more in education, increasing not only the national public effort as reflected in percentages of GDP or domestic budgets, but increasing real per capita investment in education. We must invest more equitably in education, making sure that even the most vulnerable potential learners in every country have access to relevant and quality education. And we must invest more efficiently in education, taking advantage of what we already invest and magnifying its results through better schools, better teachers, better teaching and learning resources, and better methods of effective teaching, assessing, and learning. This will not be easy. It will take vision, and more than that, it will take a movement capable of altering the balance of power for a country to break free from the stronghold of poverty traps and to embark on a race to the top strategy capable of promoting a virtuous cycle, a cycle of fair and sustainable development, increasing wages, increasing productivity, expanding and improving education, making a sustainable use of natural resources, and strengthening the political institutions. In such a race to the top, education emerges both as a key instrument and as a goal in itself. That is our challenge. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot to Professor Leonardo Garnier for his keynote speech. And now the second keynote speech presented through the video, Dr. Andreas Schleiser, the Director General of Education and Competences of OECD, about the future of education in in Europe, and also based on the outcomes and the results of the PISA.
Thank you for inviting me, and it's great to see ABEC so engaged in the transformation of education. You know, it's so easy these days to get stuck in the present with all its pressing problems. And we don't look up and see what the future might hold for us. And that's why we often end up educating children for our past rather than for their future. And you can see that in the Arab countries too. You know, many young graduates here have difficulties finding good jobs. Now, while employers say they cannot find the people with the skills they need. And here, like everywhere else, you know, globalization and digitalization have connected people, cities, countries, continents in ways that vastly increase our individual, our collective potential. But the same forces have also made this world more volatile, more complex, more uncertain, more ambiguous. The world has seen a growing disconnect between the infinite growth imperative and the finite resources of this planet, between the financial economy and the real economy, between the wealthy and the poor, between the concept of our gross domestic product and the well-being of people, and between what is technologically possible and the social needs of people. I don't want to hold education responsible for all of that, certainly not. But you know, we shouldn't underestimate the role that the knowledge, the skills, the attitudes and values of people play in social and economic development, and also in shaping the cultural context around us. You know, while digital technologies and globalization have disruptive implications for our economic and social structure, we can see that every day. Those implications are never predetermined. It is always the nature of our collective responses to those disruptions that determines their outcomes. You know, the continuous interplay between the technological frontier and the cultural, the social, the institutional, the economic agents that we mobilize a response. And that's why we are here. We live in this world in which the kind of things are easy to teach and test have also become easy to digitize and automate. And that's a particular challenge to the Arab world, you know, where much of the educational efforts are still geared towards helping young people memorize and reproduce what they have learned. At least that's what the results from our global PISA assessment suggest. Of course, you know, state-of-the-art knowledge is always going to remain important. But success in education is no longer mainly about reproducing content knowledge. It's about extrapolating from what we know, about applying what we know creatively in novel situations. Deep understanding is so much more important than just remembering specific facts or figures. Think about history. History is not primarily about remembering dates or names or places. It's about being able to think like an historian. Do you understand how the narrative of a society has emerged, how it developed, how it advances, and sometimes how it unravels when the context changes? Or think about mathematics. We spend so much time training students to calculate an exponential function. But often we spend far too little time to help them think like a mathematician and understand the idea, the concept, the nature of an exponential function. And it's not easy. We're all used to a linear world. Time is linear, space is linear. That's the world in which we feel comfortable. But the discipline of mathematics can open up an entirely new world for us, in a new way of thinking. And if we were better at understanding the nature of an exponential function, we would have said, 1,000 doctors fight the corona pandemic when it broke out, not just 100. Also the fact that advancements in literacy skills have fallen so sharply behind the evolution of the nature of information has very profound consequences in this world where virality of information is sometimes privileged over quality in the distribution of information. In the post-truth climate in which we now find ourselves, assertions that feel right but have no basis in fact, they become accepted as fact. Algorithms that sort us into groups of like-minded people create social media echo chambers that amplify our views and leave us insulated from opposing arguments that could have altered our beliefs. And those virtual bubbles homogenize opinions and polarize our societies. And they're not a design flaw of social media. They're the very design principle of social media. There's scarcity of attention but an abundance of information. We are living in this digital bazaar where anything that isn't built for the network age is cracking apart under its pressures. The growing complexity of modern living for individuals, for communities, for societies, means that the solutions to our problems will also be complex. In a structurally imbalanced world, the imperative of reconciling different perspectives, different interests in local settings, but often with global implications. That all means that we need to become better in handling tensions and dilemmas, striking a balance between competing demands, equity and freedom, or autonomy and community, or innovation and continuity, or efficiency and democratic process. That's rarely going to lead to an either-or choice or even a single solutions. We need to think in more integrated ways that recognize interconnections. Our capacity to navigate ambiguity has become key. Creativity in problem solving requires our capacity to consider the future consequences of our actions today with a sense of responsibility and with moral and intellectual maturity so that we can reflect on our actions in the light of experiences and personal and social goals. The perception and the assessment of what is right or wrong, what is good or bad in a specific situation, is all but about ethics. We can use our education to develop green technologies or brown technologies. We can use our intelligence to eradicate malaria or to drop bombs on schools and refugee camps. So tomorrow schools need to help students think for themselves and to join others with empathy in work and citizenship. They need to help them develop a strong sense of right and wrong, a sensitivity to the claims that others make on us, and a grasp of the limits on individual and collective action. At work, at home, and in the community, people need a deep understanding of how others live in different cultures, in different traditions, and how others think, whether as scientists or as artists. The bottom line is, if we want to stay ahead of technological developments, we have to find and refine the qualities that are unique to our humanity. That's what the education transformation is about. Technology and artificial intelligence can help us. And when you discuss the transformation of education today, they certainly are going to be a big part of the picture. But artificial intelligence is not a magic power. It's just an amazing accelerator, an incredible amplifier. It's going to amplify good ideas and good practice in the same way it amplifies poor ideas and bad practice. While artificial intelligence is ethically neutral, I'm not disputing this, it's always in the hands of people who are not neutral. The only reason why we should fear artificial intelligence is because it will always obey us and never rebel. Will artificial intelligence advance education to create a truly level playing field that embraces the diversity of learners such that every learner will succeed? Or is it going to just super empower those with the right resources and dispositions and leave others further behind? Will teachers who have built their careers on just, knowledge transmission face the same fate as truck drivers in a world of automated vehicles when they hand routine administrative and instructional tasks over to technology? Will we see the emergence of a new profession of educators in the Arab world who are able to build and support learners throughout their lives? A profession that embraces technology in ways that elevates the role of teachers from, imparting received knowledge towards working as co-creators of immersive learning environments, as coaches, as facilitators, as mentors, as evaluators, as creative designers of innovative learning environments. And what if artificial intelligence doesn't stop with facilitating learning, but drives forward the unbundling of educational content, delivery, and accreditation that often forms the backbone of traditional educational institutions? In the digital age, anything that we call our proprietary knowledge and content today is going to be a commodity available to everyone else tomorrow. Humans are unlikely to compete with the engaging opportunities which digital delivery provides. Accreditation still gives educational institutions enormous power to extract monopoly rents from students, high levels of tuition. But what if artificial intelligence and big data systems track whatever we are capable of doing and then provide an instant and up-to-date portrait of our knowledge, our skills? Any formal credentials could remain little more than a receipt for the tuition that you paid at some stage in your life. Education in the industrial age figured out how to educate second-class robots, people who can just repeat what we told them. In the age of AI, we will need to figure out what it means to be human and how we can complement rather than substitute the artificial intelligence we created in our computers. Where education doesn't build foundations under people, a strong floor, many are going to try to build walls around them, no matter how self-defeating that is going to be. And artificial intelligence is always good at reinforcing those walls. We need to get this right, and here in the Arab world as well as everywhere. And that's why the work of ABEX, that's why your event today on the transformation of education is so important.
That was the speech by Dr. Andreas Schleicher, the Director of Education and Competences in OECD. Thanks a lot to him. He was through the video presentation. Your Excellencies, please. Now we come to the first plenary session, where we call so the head of this session is actually the aims of education, skills and competencies, and what is related for the sustainable development. This panel discussion is moderated by Dr. Ibrahim Abdullah Al-Hameidan, the General Supervisor of General Education in Saudi Arabia. Dr. Ibrahim, and to call also the panelist speakers to this panel discussion. We hope you enjoy this plenary session. In the name of Allah, the Merciful, the Beneficial. And peace be upon our Prophet Muhammad, his followers and disciples. So I would like to welcome you to this plenary session under the title of the skills and values for life, work and sustainable goals of education, knowledge, skills and values. We have Renato Operati, senior expert at UNESCO's International Bureau of Education. Please proceed to the stage. And we have also Dr. Hassa bint Hamad Al Thani, assistant professor at the Department of Educational Sciences and former dean of the College of Education, Qatar University. And virtually we have Professor Fernando Reimers, a professor of international education of Harvard University, and we have Professor Najwa Grace, professor at Higher Institute of Education and Continuous Training, University of Tunisia. Given the transformation changes in the world and also the rapid changes in artificial intelligence and the environmental challenges and the changes, and also the radical changes in the production of knowledge and data and the use of that, there is a dire need for reconsidering the education goals and also providing the learning competencies for the children where they can be resilient in a better future and more sustainable children. Therefore, this session will focus on finding out the answers to the important questions, what kind of a change needed in order to help the new generations, the competencies and the skills or knowledge they need for that, and that will enable them to respond to the requirements of life and the work requirements in the future, and also what will be the visions for the sustainable development, and also what will be the development aspects in the curricula and in the teaching and learning methods, and for learning for education to be more connected to life and reality, and also the enabling them to be future oriented and future ready. So I call on Dr. Renato Operati, the senior expert at UNESCO's International Bureau of Education, to present his topic, transformative curriculum and pedagogy to support a renewed vision of education and society. And Dr. Renato has BS in sociology in Paraguay, and he has a certificate from Canada and a senior expert in the International Bureau of Education at the UNESCO. And he has the position of the advisor for the Organization of Iberian International Agency, and he is a coordinator of hybrid education in Catholic University in Uruguay, and he provided consultation to the Minister of Education and Civil Society learning in a number of countries, and provided a number of studies and publications. He has a number of studies and publications in the education and teaching and learning curricula and the integrative or comprehensive education, and also the higher education. شكرا جزيلا جدا، إنه سرور كبير جدا أن أكون معكم هنا في هذه الفرصة الرائعة، وهذه أيضا في على مستوى أوسع.
Start by saying that our presentation is about that. Let me check if this works. No, doesn't work. Okay. I think that we are here today to discuss how we are going to be able to cope with the future. And I start by saying that the most important challenge we are facing today in education is to connect the pieces, to connect different elements to make sustainability our way of life in the future. And the first point I'd like to mention is that humanity is in a point of inflection. We are envisioning a new civilization modus. If we don't change our civilization, we don't have future, and we don't have future for our future generations. So here the discussion is about a new civilization modus. And the point that we want to make is if education is up to the challenge to really face building the foundations, laying the rationale for this new civilization modus. And here is where education is facing a series of disruptions that are very important to highlight in order to face that challenge. Also, we have a renewed hope of multilateralism in education. And as our friend Leonardo has mentioned, the soft power. But the soft power of multilateralism is making a difference in education today. Are we getting the message of the soft power to the countries? Are the countries taking the new agenda of education and putting it into reality? Are we failing or not in our soft power? And that's a question we have to face. Because as our friend Leonardo has mentioned, if we want to increase investment in education more equitably, more efficiently, more investment, we need to have political will. We have to have political elites that takes the challenge of rebuilding, of transforming education. And we need a new vision of curriculum, a new vision of pedagogy, a new social driving force of curriculum as the driving force for reimagining society and for reimagining the contents and the methods and the purpose of education. So I will try to focus more on different points for discussions, more than entering into each of these points that you have the possibility of seeing it in the PowerPoint that is, let me check, here it's not going, check it. Let me check. Okay. So what we're hearing today is that we are facing a disruption in our civilizing lifestyles. Our civilization is...
Mr. Renato, but I wanted to tell something, please. في سماعات ترى ترجمة ممكن تحصلون عليها عشان تاخذ ترجمة مباشرة. Thank you. Keep going.
Our civilization is facing unsustainability. And we are going from disruptions pre-COVID to disruption post-COVID. Pre-COVID, our main disruption was the fourth industrial revolution. We are facing how can we adapt our societies to the fourth industrial revolution. Now, we are facing a different kind of discussion that is about how we reimagine the trust, the bonds across regions, across countries, across cultures, across affiliations, respectful of two things: common grounds and diversity. We have to have common grounds as human mankind. We have to have common universal values. Having common universal values doesn't imply that we have particular values, particular affiliation, particular cultures. But we have to have common grounds. We have to find what a philosopher and educationist, Edgar Morin, French philosopher, said: unity in diversity. Mankind has to be unity in diversity. Now, for that, we have to have a top political and policy priority, is to rethink curriculum, to rethink pedagogy, to rethink assessment, to educate, as Dr. Svein has mentioned, the new generations for more sustainable, more fair, for more inclusive, for more democratic, for more cohesive and more pacific future. All those goes hand in hand. It's not a trade-off between sustainability or peace or democracy or human rights. They go hand in hand. So for that, we have four types of disruption that education faces today. Pre-COVID, the fourth industrial revolution. And what we come from the industrial revolution, from the fourth industrial revolution? They need to have learners more versatile, more open, more flexible, teachers more versatile, more open, more accustomed to see reality in a multifaceted way. Now comes COVID-19. And what COVID-19 has changed? The hybridization of education. Education goes from being only face-to-face to an education that connects face-to-face and remote learning. So we are removing barriers and practices to support the expansion, the democratization of education, removing barriers between face and online. It's not about adding face-to-face, adding remote learning to face-to-face. It's about connecting them. It's about connecting them to expand, to democratize learning. Now, after that comes sustainability. Sustainability was before pre-COVID, but after COVID, sustainability has become a big issue. But sustainability is about younger generation. It's about what Guterres, the Secretary of the United Nations, said about putting the table in the younger generation at the core of education. And here we have a great challenge, because we have to move from an adult-centric education to an intergenerational educational framework. We have to open our mindset, our practice, our ideas to the diversity of learners, to the diversity of youth culture. And maybe in the future, we don't have to talk about secondary education or technical education. We have to talk about youth education. And instead of talking about primary or basic education, we shall talk about childhood education, because it's about taking the learner and putting the learner at the core front as a person, the well-being and development of the person. And also the disruption of artificial intelligence that some of our friends will talk tomorrow. Artificial intelligence, as our ADG of Education of UNESCO, Madame Stefania Giannini, said, it's not about artificial intelligence, it's about human intelligence. It's about enhancing, supporting human intelligence, our human sensibilities and human cultures to steer, to direct, to give purpose to artificial intelligence, and to strengthen the human capabilities of sustainable, healthy, and social committed lifestyles. But all the disruptions we are talking about can be synthesized in one single sentence. It's about learners and teachers' freedom and autonomous thinking. At the end of the day, what counts more in education and in transformation is about reinforcing, empower teachers and learners to be free, to take decisions, to be autonomous thinkers, to be people that can take decisions by themselves. So we have, as our friend Leonardo has mentioned, a renewed hope of multilateralism, what's called the soft power. And if you see education in a historical landscape, in the last decade, there have been major milestones in multilateralism in education. Education 2030, the TED Summit that was mentioned, the recommendation on education for peace, human rights, and sustainable development that was approved by all member states, by all the states in UNESCO at the General Conference in 2023, and also the recent Pact for the Future that includes a global digital compact and includes a declaration on future generation. It's very important to see that UNESCO, that the United Nations is putting the future generation at the forefront of the discussion about education. Now, we are not going to go over all these points because we all know about this. Education 2030, it talks about transformation. In 2015, we were talking about transformation. Education 2030 is about transforming education. It's about transforming education system. More holistic, more humanistic, more progressive. Then comes, I'm not going to repeat what Leonardo has mentioned about the TED Summit, but the key message from the TED Summit is that rethinking education is about rethinking the rationale, the purpose, the content, the ideas of education. It's not only about adjusting. It's not about reforming. It's about rethinking and reimagining the kind of education we need for the kind of society we pursue, for the kind of citizen or individual we pursue. Then comes the recommendation on education and human rights and sustainable development approved by all member states at the end of last year. And here I want to make one point only, one mention only. It's about this idea of a shared sense of humanity, a shared sense that we belong to a common humanity, that we are all humans and we are all part of the same planet, and that peace is about interconnected components, that peace is about democracy, it's about human rights, it's about sustainability, and that implies a new way of understanding sustainability as multidimensional, because we have a very narrow understanding of sustainability. Sustainability is not only about climate change. It's about social sustainability, about political sustainability, about economic sustainability, about cultural sustainability, and putting young people at the core front of the discussion. So here we are saying that transformation of education implies engaging diversity of stakeholders in the discussion, education, politics, society, civil society, the different stakeholders, thinking about an education that, as UNESCO said, the right to education, the right to education, to learn, to information, to knowledge, and to free connectivity in education as a common global good.
I'm sorry, Mr. Renato, you have 3 minutes.
Yes,
please.
so I will try now. I'm not going to go all over the points about this journey, about the path to the future. It was this idea of this intergenerational dialogue. But I would like to finish. You have all the presentation, you have all the different elements in the presentation that you can go deeper into the analysis. If you allow me, I would like to finish by mentioning 9 points for the discussion and for the conference, for the final statement of the conference, as our director of Garcés has mentioned. The first one, that we need a new political and policy conversation and collective construction in education, a new narrative. We need a new narrative in education on learning and curriculum and related issues. And this new narrative has to be intersectoral, interinstitutional, intercommunitarian, and essentially intergenerational. We need a new intergenerational narrative on transforming education. The second point, we have to overcome the challenge of this adult-centric thinking. Adult-centric thinking has been the major problem in education to move forward. Third, we need to close the gap between the soft and the hard power. We have to understand why multilateralism in education that has made major milestones during the last decade is not making a difference in the country level and the regional level. What happened? with the connection between the heart and the soft power. We need to rethink education and learning as essential to envisage a new civilization modus. Education is not about changing a program. It's not about changing a syllabus. It's not about changing a teacher's education. That is very important. But the most important thing is to envisage education as cementing, as laying the foundation for a new civilization. Forcing sustainability as intergenerational commitment and understanding, empathy and solidarity. The Pact for the Future of the United Nations talks about intergenerational solidarity and intergenerational empathy. We need also to rethink if our current ideas and categories of education are suitable, are fitted to address the challenge we are facing today in light of disruption and transformation. No, we need to rethink curriculum, we need to rethink pedagogy, we need to rethink the school settings, we need to rethink teachers' education. Those categories that have been our main elements. And finally, we need, as our colleague has mentioned before, we need a renewed education and social paradigm in education, grounded on the principle of well-being, sustainability, inclusion, justice. We need to engage diversity of stakeholders and society stakeholders in forward-looking discussions about education. And finally, we need to align the educational systems to empower teachers and learners as co-agents of transformations, as the co-leaders of education. Finally, what makes the difference worldwide across different regions of education is what happens in the classroom. And that we need to empower teachers and learners to be co-agents of transformation. So, just to finalize, to say that either we face the challenge of highlighting education as cementing, as laying the foundation for a new civilization, or education will be increasingly relevant and will, more than for sustainability, will be a driver of a sustainability. That's the dilemma we are facing today across worldwide. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Yusuf. نشكر السيد ريناتو، كان موضوع جميل جدا صراحة، رفاهية المستقبل والشباب والمنهج ودوره في ذلك، موضوع جدا مهم. لكن واتمنى من الحضور انهم او من المتحدثين ملتزمين في هذا الوقت. معي متحدث في موضوع مهم جدا وفاعل جدا ومؤثر جدا. الموضوع يتعلق في مناهج أو موضوع له مناهج نحو حياة طيبة لبناء بيئات تعليم مستدامة. ومعي الشيخة الدكتورة حصة بنت حمد بن خليفة آل ثاني، أستاذ مساعد في قسم العلوم التربوية وعميد كلية التربية جامعة قطر سابقا، وأستاذ مساعد في قسم العلوم التربوية، شغلت منصب عميد كلية التربية سابقا. تهتم بتعزيز التدريس الشامل والتعليم التجريبي ودمج الأساليب المتعلقة بالحياة الطيبة. تشارك في مشاريع على مستوى جامعة قطر وتشمل خبراته التخطيط الاستراتيجي. وأيضا شغلت منصب رئيس المجلس الأعلى لشؤون الأسرة من عام 2009 ل 2011. وخلال فترة عملية في مؤسسة راند أجرت أبحاثا مكثفة في مجالات متعلقة. فلتتفضل مشكور.
And I would like to apologize in advance for the lack of time. Thank you very much. May God assist you. The former speaker was very enthusiastic. I don't think I will be able to keep up with that. I will take the pitch, slow the pitch, and take things down a notch. In the name of God, the most merciful, the most gracious, may the prayers and blessings of God be on our Prophet Muhammad, his disciples, and his family, and may God guide me in my presentation. Amen. I will now start with my presentation. At the outset, it pleases me to be among you today in this very special conference. I would like to thank all those who contributed to organizing this conference. I'd also like to thank Dr. Muhammad Al-Sheikha, the head of the Arab Center, for this impeccable organization and for having invited me to take the floor today and to talk about the topic at hand. This topic, the topic of this fourth conference, is very crucial, especially in our time. In my presentation, I will talk about how to improve overall well-being of individuals. Human beings are usually born with innate capacities and capabilities. Those capacities at hand, if not properly developed, will dissipate or will get dissipated. And in order to develop those skills and capacities, we need to understand the inner working of the human soul by basing ourselves on concrete studies and research that highlight the interconnectedness between the heart, the mind, the soul, and the spirit. In the Islamic research, we work keenly on determining how we could develop the capacities of individuals, namely in the field of education. Today, I will be talking about a theory by Al-Imam Al-Ghazali in order to try to draw a comprehensive picture on how to develop the human capacities. According to Jajani, innate capacities are usually capacities that human beings are born with and which could be developed based on nurture. If those capacities are not properly developed, and if they are not properly etched within one's spirit, they will disappear. Furthermore, capacities represent the structure or provide a clear structure for individuals in order for them to choose the right path in life. It is possible to develop those capacities in a cumulative manner. All of the innate capacities focus either on education or on work. Education calls for work. Otherwise, it will cease to exist. Al-Ghazali theory focuses on the following. Human beings have the capacity to make the right decisions, but how can they distinguish between what is right and what is wrong? There are various tools available for us to further develop our innate capacities. Those tools are namely known today, or today's vocab, as the positive energy. This positive energy, or having an optimistic outlook on life, helps build the innate capacities. On the other end of the spectrum, we have the pessimistic approach, which will hinder the development of the innate capacities. So it's important to focus on the first aspect of this specific theory, because our aim at the end of the day is to develop those innate capacities, and usually the negative outlook is inspired by the devil himself, according to literature. The Ghazali theory also highlights how external factors and internal factors as well have a direct impact on the heart, spirit, and soul. The heart is described as being under the influence of several factors. The heart is described or is compared to a tent or a mirror that reflects different images in a symbolic representation of the constant ideas that go through our minds. A human efficiency is also a theory that focuses on the following: the human desire, the will to achieve an objective, the commitment to do so, the intention, and finally takes place or is translated in the form of actions. I would like to also talk about the concept of inspiration. When we are inspired, we can tell that there is a link between those different innate capacities that we are trying to develop and the former concept that we have spoken about, according to which we could develop our innate capacities based on the tool of positive thinking. This will allow us, or will allow human beings, to reach the highest level of faith. And in one of the verses in the Quran, the Prophet, blessed be his name, mentioned that it's important to rely on our good judgment to be able to become good people in the sight of Allah. The Prophet also mentions that lying is the doorway or the gateway to all evil. This represents the importance of committing to developing those positive innate capacities for them to become as developed as possible. In order to talk about the current educational situation, it's important to highlight the gap that is ongoing between the current educational needs and the current curricula. Currently, we are resorting to the use of AI in an unprecedented manner. AI is actually quite fascinating for so many individuals, and it's currently, shaping the educational and pedagogical reality in our schools. Traditionally speaking, we used to have a teacher providing specific lessons to the students. This traditional model, and when I use the word traditional, I do not mean it in a condescending manner. I simply mean this is the traditional model that has been in place until today. This model is a model that mainly focuses on the capacity of the teachers to provide the students with necessary key points and information, and it further encourages students to rely on themselves, as one teacher is not capable of realistically meeting the needs of all of his or her students. Furthermore, we have the issue of emotional underdevelopment in schools. Students are not usually encouraged to express their emotions freely, and this has an impact on the level of emotional intelligence that those students will be able to achieve. This could reflect negatively on the students who might become emotionally stunted. Teachers and learners nowadays can resort to the use of AI. AI tools are quite quote-unquote patient, and they are very knowledgeable. However, AI represents very specific challenges to human development. Although AI softwares focus on data processing, however, they are incapable of innovating and encouraging emotional development. Furthermore, our current educational systems have failed in supporting emotional intelligence development, which has prompted us to think about the possible ways at hand that could help mend this problem. In today's world, the contemporary educational system are undermining the imagination of students. Preserving the imagination of human beings nowadays is quite difficult. According to several studies and researches, educational programs that are currently in place are hindering our capacity as a human beings to preserve our imagination and our sense of innovation, among other human traits that are currently actually being replaced by generative AI. On a daily basis, human beings are bombarded with thousands of pictures and an extensive scope of information. This information, however, does not necessarily encourage human beings to think for themselves or to work on developing their imagination. Therefore, based on Al-Ghazali's theory, we need to talk about the importance of developing those innate capacities that I have spoken about during my presentation. Reaching an advanced level or developing those innate capacities in a considerable manner can only be achieved by working on developing the sense of curiosity among the students or learners, but also among the teachers. We need to better understand the importance of having this imaginative capacity, especially for the learners, for them to be able to work on developing their capacities, as imagination and curiosity go hand in hand. During this attempt to develop imagination, curiosity, and instinct, it's important to reconsider negative human aspects such as laziness the lack of curiosity and lack of scientific curiosity. Those negative traits could be transformed into renewed habits that should be reinforced, such as instinct, imagination, and curiosity, as all of those will lead to reinforcing the level of intelligence among individuals instead of simply relying on generative AI. This transformation of bad habits to new habits will open the horizons in front of human beings to further rely on their curiosity and imagination, and that in various ways. Curiosity and imagination will notably allow learners to further be able to properly analyze the tasks at hand in an ethical manner. All of those points are included in a curriculum known as the Good Life or Al-Hayat At-Tayyiba in Arabic. This curriculum focuses on the well-being of human beings as well as on the imagination, curiosity, and ethical aspect of education. Excuse me, doctor, you're almost out of time. Currently, we are facing several educational and pedagogical challenges as teachers are currently incapacitated. Why? Because there is a lack of resources and training that could allow the latter to healthily engage with learners, notably in the era of AI and AI-generated images. Consequently, the job or being a teacher is no longer a sought-after job or career choice. At the same time, the learners themselves are not capable of overcoming the gaps that they face in terms of collaboration with other students and working on developing their self-esteem. On the psychological level, according to various studies, it has been shown that the environments present in our countries are currently do not enable to work on the psychological development of learners. According to international studies, since the 70s of the last era, there has been a decline in emotional intelligence among learners. In our country, in the GCC countries, several studies have shown an increase in psychological problems that learners are suffering from, notably anxiety. Other studies have highlighted also the correlation between the use of technology, specifically in Qatar, for entertainment and educational performance. The higher the level of reliance on technology, the lower the academic performance of the students. This study highlighted that technology represents a severe danger to the future or educational future of teenagers specifically. Many of the parents that partook in the study mentioned that their children who heavily relied on using technology had trouble sleeping. There are also other issues known as visual cocaine. In the Arab world, we have horrendous numbers, namely in the field of porn addiction among young individuals. The challenges that we are facing today are contemporary challenges. However, those challenges are still related to the innate capacities that we have discussed at the beginning. And there is also an increase in divorce rates and a sharp decrease in the number of healthy relationships and marriages. How can we overcome those current challenges? In order to answer this question, I will highlight a principle that was featured in the initiative called The Good Life. In this initiative, we have focused on different aspects, notably the spiritual, intellectual, emotional, and physical aspects. In Qatar, based on our experience, we have held 5 working groups, including individuals from different spheres of life, such as engineers, doctors, artists, homekeepers, etc., in order to try to highlight the challenges that we are facing at every single level of the ones I have mentioned before. The main challenge, according to the participants, was the lack of time allocated to prayer in schools. Excuse me, doctor, we could go back to your presentation during the discussion. I will conclude now. Regarding the emotional pillar, there is no emotional rehabilitation, especially for people with special needs, and there is no proper training provided to the teachers to better understand what those individuals are going through and what they are feeling. The traditional model still relies on learning everything by heart and focusing on what's written in the books. On the physical side, students are getting more and more lazy, and there's also a gap, intergenerational gap, and we are failing in dealing with what the current generation is doing or the new habits that they are developing. How can we fix all of those problems? How can we create a new generation of teachers and educators that could be compared to the prophets in the field of education, and which can ensure the well-being of children and learners? It's important to adopt practical steps to use AI properly. I am short on time, so I will sum up those points. We want to move from what is known as an economic product to what is known as a comprehensive product, and I'm talking about the human beings in this case. We want human beings to focus on the different aspects that make them who they are. We want to set educational criteria that would take into account those different aspects, namely at the economic level, the emotional level, and the sustainability level. It's important to further work on ensuring flexibility and preparing students for the job market, and to include society in its entirety in the educational phase. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
In fact, the topics of this session pose a huge challenge. Everyone is a very sophisticated one and requires a panel discussion on its own for each topic. So thanks to Sheikh Dr. Hassa for her intervention. And now we will have Professor Renato Reimers, Professor of International Education at Harvard University, virtually.
My name is Fernando Reimers, and I am the Ford Foundation Professor of the Practice of International Education at the Graduate School of Education at Harvard University. And I am delighted to be able to participate at this conference organized by the Arab Bureau for Education in the Gulf States in Kuwait. I wish I could be with you in person, but I'm very grateful that the opportunities to participate virtually. In this brief presentation, I'm going to talk about what does it mean to educate students for the future. There are at least two reasons why we should think about the connection between education and the future. One is, of course, that one goal of learning is to prepare learners for a future that may be different from the present. So it makes sense to think about how might the future be different and what kind of skills might students need in order to essentially live in a world that is different than the present. But there is a second reason equally important, which is that one goal of education is not simply to prepare students for the future that is expected to be, but to help them invent a better future, to help them make choices that will bring a better future about. Now, one of the challenges when thinking about the future, in the words of Marshall McLuhan, is that very often when we think about the future, we do that with our head looking into the rearview mirror. And so there are a variety of techniques that we should engage with in planning education for the future. One of them is analysis of trends, and from the analysis of multiple trends, develop scenarios, not one, but multiple scenarios about the future. What kind of trends are likely to influence the future world in which current students will live? Certainly demographic trends. Demography is destiny. Economic trends, cultural trends, political trends, educational trends, and technological trends, just to mention some. These are two population pyramids for Oman and for Kuwait. You can see that they're quite different, and that means that over the next 30, 50 years, the needs of those populations as they age are likely to shape needs of those societies. In the case of Oman, where you have a very, very wide base of young children, as those children come of age, over time, there's going to be a large percentage of the population that will be dependent on the youth. There's going to be a period when they will be productive. There will be a time when they will be in a retirement age and dependent on the young. So that means at least two things. One, this population needs to be educated with the skills to take care of themselves, to provide for themselves and their families over an extended period, but also just as important to take care of their lives, of their health, so that in their advanced stage in life, they don't become a burden to society, and so that they have quality of life during that period. What are some societal and political trends that we should be thinking about in thinking about the future of climate change? Well, one is there is growing concern with climate change. Climate change itself is a physical trend that is going to affect our lives, but the interest in climate change, the concern with climate change, is a societal trend that is going to shape the demand on the part of students for goods and services and for living in a certain way. In some societies, there's increasing intolerance over various lines of different identities, race, religious identity, and so on. And in some places, that intolerance leads to violence. That is, in many parts of the world, one of the trends in our time. Poverty and inequality are societal trends that are likely to shape the demands of the future. There's a form of new power resulting largely from the ubiquity of telecommunication technologies and of the internet that makes it possible for ordinary citizens to have voice and power in a way that has been unprecedented. So this new shift is likely to also shape the aspirations of students in our schools, but also of citizens. And then there are shocks that can happen, such as the pandemic of COVID-19. It was a reminder of how the world can shift overnight and transform the needs of society and so on. But there are also pedagogical trends. For example, over the last 10, 15 years, there's been a growing interest in making sure that students develop a range of skills, a breadth of skills, what some people call 21st century skills, others call cognitive as well as socio-emotional skills, in ways that we haven't had previously. So that is a pedagogical trend that influences the expectations of parents, of educators, of students themselves. There is also much more interest in student-centered learning, in active learning, in learning from experience, in learning that can help students understand the relevance of what they're learning, the connection between what they're learning and the outside world. And there is a greater interest, especially since the pandemic, in the socio-emotional well-being of students. There are technological trends, of which the most recent is the development of artificial intelligence, that are influencing how we think about education, that are influencing the kinds of competencies that our students need to develop so they can function in a world in which AI is omnipresent in their lives. But more generally, the development of digital telecommunication technologies, the Internet of Things, are some of these technological trends. As I mentioned, climate change is the big defining event in our lives that is transforming communities, physically transforming communities, and creating new needs, and especially new needs for skills in terms of how to help people adapt to, mitigate, and perhaps revert climate change. So from the analysis of those trends, then one needs to develop scenarios, different scenarios of the future. And scenarios are of three sorts. Some of them are probabilistic. We can't really know for certain what the future is going to be like. It's easier to know for certain how technologies are going to develop if we have knowledge of the technology and at the rate at which costs of producing and using the technology are diminishing. But when it comes to human behavior, it's a little harder to predict the tastes of people, the demands of people, the choices that people will make. And that's why many scenarios about the future, including scenarios about climate change, are probabilistic. We can predict the future with a certain degree of probability. And the task of futures planning, future scenario, is the task of thinking probabilistically about the future. But scenarios can also be normative. What do we think is desirable? What do we think is better than the alternatives? For example, thinking about building a green economy is, of course, a response to climate change, is an attempt to mitigate and diminish this significant threat to humanity. But it's also about making choices that can help us reduce the rate of which the planet is warming up. And then scenarios can also be plausible. What is plausible? And so building scenarios is about asking what-if questions and considering multiple futures, exploring how the world could evolve under different assumptions. And to do that, we can use on data, on models, on views of people who are expert in a range of fields, and collect. That means that we need to collect and rely on data from multiple channels. So one immediate implication of this is that our schools should do a better job, and universities, at preparing students to think probabilistically and to engage in scenario planning and to be interested in the future. And of course, educators need to do a lot more of that when they imagine education, and this is often done. You see here on the left-hand side a cover of a book produced by the University of Oslo, which are scenarios for how to digitalize education in Norway. And on the right-hand side, you see work from the OECD that has developed 4 alternative scenarios on the future of schooling. Now, there are 2 recent reports that reflect efforts of 2 international organizations to engage with futures building. One is the report of UNESCO's Commission on the Futures of Education, the report Reimagining Our Futures Together, a New Social Contract for Education. This report has 3 sections. The first section talks about what are the main threats that we should be concerned about for humanity: climate change, the threats resulting from poverty and inequality, from the development of AI. What are the implications of those for how to reimagine the culture of education institutions, the very idea of what does it mean to learn and how and for what purpose? And then some ideas on how to reimagine pedagogy, curriculum, the organization of school, the teaching profession, and the interconnection across educational institutions to build an education continuum that can sustain education, the opportunity to receive lifelong learning. On the other hand, there are scenarios developed by the OECD and what is called the OECD Learning Compass 2030, which emphasize what are the competencies that will be at a premium, that will be important in the future? Not so much how this change is going to happen, but what is it that education systems should reprioritize in terms of development and so on. And so that report talks about the need to focus on 4 sets of ideas: the development of core foundations, transformative competencies, cultivating student agency, of course, developing knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values, and then the capacity to engage in cycles of anticipation, action, and reflection. Now, one of the ways in which education responds to the future is through policy, in particular through curriculum policy. Curriculum policy is essentially the foundation of all education policy because it is about what knowledge and what skills are important. And that curriculum involves going from goals, which can come from our analysis of scenarios about the future, translating those goals into specific learning objectives, sometimes called standards, knowledge, skills, competency, developing curriculum frameworks that articulate how it is that those standards are going to be achieved throughout different subjects in different grades, and then developing what's called a scope and sequence or a curriculum plan, a progression that shows how it is that students are going to transition from being novices in those competencies to having expert knowledge, to mastering them. That progression can then be refined into specific lesson plans, and a lesson plan is essentially a plan that develops a coherent progression of instructional tasks. So that's the task of curriculum planning. All of this is the curriculum, and of course, when we talk about the curriculum, there are 3 important interrelated ideas. What I have just described constitutes the knowledge or content standards, or what is called the intent. Teachers are actually able to do in their classrooms, translating those intended ideas, those knowledge standards. And finally, there is the achieve or attain curriculum, often measured using performance or assessment standards. I lead at Harvard a global education innovation initiative that has the to transform the curriculum to help students develop these skills for the 21st century. And we advance that mission doing three interrelated activities. We study ambitious programs of education reform. We develop tools that can support dialogue and learning, that equip, that empower leadership to advance 21st century education, and then we develop practical tools. We have conducted a range of studies in which we basically draw on existing consensus on what are the skills that matter for the 21st century. For example, as reflected in this publication from the National Research Council of the United States, Education for Life and Work. And then using that as a framework, we examine reforms around the world, and we examine across those case studies of reforms, what do they have in common? These are two of our recent books that examine 21st century education reforms around the world. So, of course, those studies show us how is it that nations transform the curriculum, what is the emphasis in that curriculum, but what are the supports that are put in place to help translate that intended curriculum into an implemented curriculum. Key among those activities is professional development to teachers. There has to be an alignment between the way in which educators are prepared throughout the entire continuum of teacher preparation and these new goals. And what you see here is a slide showing how the nation of Singapore, in their last iteration of the development of a 21st century curriculum, they produced an aligned vision to educate both teachers as well as principals. Here is an example. It's a synthesis of the most recent curriculum reform in Brazil, in which they emphasize the 10 competencies that you see here, not only as competencies that can be developed within the traditional subjects in the curriculum, but as transversal competencies that can be developed across subjects. For example, the development of digital capacity, the development of communication skills, helping students develop a work and life project, find their own purpose, and so on. Here's a similar example from a recent curriculum reform in Mexico, in which you see this progression that I was describing in the curriculum, articulating the standards at the end of key milestones in the learning trajectory of the students, at the end of preschool, at the end of primary, at the end of secondary school, and at the end of high school. And you see on the column, on the first column on the left-hand side, the skills, the key skills that this curriculum is trying to develop: language and communication, mathematical thinking, understanding the natural and social world, critical thinking, social-emotional abilities and life project, teamwork and collaboration, citizenship and social life, creative and artistic appreciation, healthcare, environmental care, and digital abilities. There are other publications in the initiative in which we have studied that curriculum, including one publication, the book that you see here, titled Learning to Improve the World, in which we evaluated the impact of an entrepreneurship education curriculum in 6 countries in the Middle East in terms of the breadth of skills that the participation of high school students in a program that taught them how to create a company, and the impact that had in helping them develop 21st century skills. I don't have time in this brief presentation to summarize the findings of that report, but there is a longer version of this lecture which will be made available to you, in which I do talk about some of the highlights of those findings. Over the last few years, we have been studying how the COVID pandemic transformed education systems around the world and impacted the systems in their search for 21st century education. But we also examined the silver linings, the good things that happened throughout that period. We've also produced a series of tools designed to help leadership, of this transformation of education systems, such as the book Letters to a New Minister of Education. And finally, we have produced 3 curriculum resources which illustrate how to go from scenarios about the future to the definition of standards to the construction of a progression, a sequence that helps students go from novice to expert. Incidentally, the Arab Bureau of Education in the Gulf States has kindly translated many of these publications into the Arabic language, and I know that they will be made available to many of you at this conference. Just very briefly, the World Course, which is one of our publications, is basically an example of what I was just describing, beginning with some outcomes, with some of these 21st century skills, which I will describe in a moment. This curriculum draws on project-based learning, experiential learning that gives students the opportunity to develop procedural knowledge with an emphasis on doing, on active learning, and developing a breadth of skills, not only knowledge, but also skills and attitudes. Every grade concludes with a capstone in which students demonstrate their understanding of what they have learned in this world course. Each grade is organized in coherent yearly themes. The units are interdisciplinary. There's a lot of new knowledge and content in this curriculum and that is not ordinarily taught in schools. For example, knowledge about demography, knowledge about pandemics, knowledge about world conflicts, and so on. The goal is to foster agency, the ability and the desire to make a difference, the initiative, leadership of students. How is this done? Engaging students in activities that can help them learn from what works as well as from challenges, helping them develop an innovative and entrepreneurial spirit, making parents and communities a resource in deep communication with the school, emphasizing the development of a range of high-order skills, using the global challenges
ودي انوه
as the focus
الزملاء المنظمين ترى احنا ما عندنا تحكم بالوقت هنا.
building many of connections
خلص من 4
that can help
دقائق.
students understand the connection between local and global affairs, engaging them with complex, messy issues that don't have easy answers, and also making a curriculum that takes students as intelligent beings that is not infantilizing, and taking students from an experience that is personal and immediate to more advanced understanding. So we began this curriculum analyzing some of the key global challenges, analyzing a normative framework such as the UN Sustainable Development Goals, a very inclusive vision of how
نشكر البروفيسور.
Thanks to Professor Fernando Reimers من جامعة هارفارد from Harvard University. He was about preparing students for a better future. So unfortunately, we could not control the time. We will take some of the time from the second plenary session. And the last speaker of this session, Dr. Najwa Al-Fazza' Grace. She is an associate professor of University of Tunis. She will talk about the goals of cognitive and the skills required in education for sustainable development, and she has a PhD in pedagogy and education from University of Tunis, and in collaboration with Walden University in Belgium, and she is the head of the project of assessing education. And she's an associate writer or co-writer in the magazine of Knowledge Magazine, and she has a number of contributions as an expert of education with the regional and international organization, including the Pedagogic Center in France and also the Education Center in Cairo. Peace be upon our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon you all. Of course, I'm the last speaker, and my colleague was telling me that the mosque of the end, or the commission, probably this is actually to satisfy or to complement the last speaker in order to help them raise their morale. Thanks to all who organized this conference, which is very important as an idea, as implementation of this conference. And I would like also to thank for inviting me to participate in this conference. My delivering this presentation, my paper talks about the goals of education, knowledge, skills, and values for life, work, and sustainable development. And it comes actually in the framework of transforming education, opportunities, and the challenges to enhance a better future for the GCC states. This paper is focused on after the general framework, the concept of education, goals of education, and how they can be developed, acquiring knowledge, skills, values, which are needed for life, and also the knowledge skills and values related to work, and also the same set of knowledge and the skills and values related to sustainable development, and the requirements or the prerequisites for achieving them. And we conclude with a number of questions to provoke thinking and research. So the general framework, as everybody spoke about, it is actually the development taking place in the world and the transformations in technology and in science and in all aspects about the issues of education. And also the world is currently witnessing a number of phenomena which started to impact humanity and the globe or the universe, and which we need to take into consideration, or we need to pay more attention to that in our curricula, and also to focus on preparing the generation for combating or meeting the requirements of these challenges. And all the world is concerned globally on these issues or with these issues, and which actually is raised as one of the pillars or topics or the important themes in the summits and the conferences. And here we commend the contribution of the GCC states for being that they have not been only as an observer or follower of what's happening, but they have always been taking the efforts to take the initiative for conducting a lot of researches and also organizing conferences and the training workshops, all that as inputs or contributions for promoting the dialogue and enhancing the dialogue on how to enhance education and its equality. When we talk about the goals of education, there is a question, which is this: what are the goals which we aspire to achieve? What is the kind of transformation we are trying to make to cause to happen at the level of the learners and in terms of knowledge, skills and values? However, under my topic, the goals of education, we need to highlight the importance of posing for thinking here. The goals, there are several ways of using goals in the literature of education, and there is no consensus in whatsoever on one meaning of the goals and context of this. When we put it in the context of education, we consider the goals are the general reference framework or the guiding principles that would actually help us determine on the educational choices, which is actually the cornerstone or foundation which we base our guiding of the education in terms of developing, teaching, implementation and assessment. And we find, for example, in the UN publications about sustainable development, they use the goals in a different context, different meaning. We find, for example, the goals, and then we find these goals cascaded into different targets and things. And this creates kind of conflict or tension in terms of the meaning of this context. But in my paper, in order to ensure consistency and a clear evaluation or understanding is actually the final outcomes which the education system is trying to achieve for the benefit of the individual or the community, which is related to developing knowledge, acquiring skills and values and behavior. And here, with regards to the transforming education into learning, so here we will talk about what the learners learn. What the students learn in the context of education in their learning process or learning journey. The importance of the goals of education, to think of these goals of education, because they are for any educational system, no education system can move forward without a goal. And there is a proverb in that the captain of the ship, when moving without a direction, no matter how competent he or she is, they will reach nowhere, because they will not reach to any destination, because they do not have a goal with regards to the destination they want to go to. The same applies to the educational system, which is actually they need need a certain destination. There is a starting point and there is a destination to move to. And these goals would help us actually set the framework for moving from the starting point to the destination, and would help us define all the means required for that. So they are very important for choosing the right educational practices and effective ones, and also the right effective education and evaluation strategies and development, which will help actually for achieving these outcomes and these goals at the end. Therefore, it is there is a great importance given to the goals of education. That's why we emphasize on them, given that these education goals are connected to education system, and the education system is an open system, open to its actually close vicinity and the outer surroundings, and it is impacted in a way or another. So that's why it requires from the policymakers and from the experts or the specialists to be vigilant in order to be prepared to understand what needs to be changed, what kind of transformation that needs to be taken with these goals of education, given the different factors that political, social, economic, and they might be factors related to the educational system themselves or the opportunities which will be available to them, and no matter what variables or factors affecting these goals of education, and that push us to transform these goals or be flexible in reshaping them, always acquiring knowledge, skills, values, and implementing them in our real life is actually the ultimate outcome. And from this point, these goals of education are categorized in different ways, and in the morning some of them have been set as categories for the goals of education. When we think about the types of goals we will choose, there are many classifications or categorizations, whether it is actually a knowledge, an act, or probably a state of being, or future orientation, or whatever. For example, learning to know, learning to do, and learning to live, or learning to be a better in a better position as humans in the future. For this paper, we have when I looked at the issue from the perspective of comprehensive preparation of the generation, I started with the idea that it is possible actually to bring together all these sets of knowledges and skills within this a graph or cycle. There are skills that can be core skills, which are core skills, and some skills are considered kind of secondary.
The second category of skills apply to or corresponds to a higher level of understanding and thinking. Therefore, we need to focus on the core principles or skills, i.e. being able to read, do math, basic math, etc. There are a lot of efforts exerted in this field. However, according to research from the World Bank, discussions currently are being held about the lack or the shortages in this regard, i.e. the existence of so many students who do not even know how to read yet. Therefore, there is a large concern or severe concern in this regard. By tackling those issues, we will be able to ensure that the students or the learners are being capable of understanding or getting a hold of the main principles in the fields of science and math, among other things. It's also important to talk about the ethical aspect of education. Focusing on ethical values should start at a very young age, and this represents the very basis on which, or the very foundation on which, more advanced skills will be built. It will allow the learners to learn an advanced level of understanding and readiness to face the current as well as forthcoming challenges. We also have life skills and sustainable development related skills. What are they? Excuse me for interrupting you. You still have 3 minutes. Those skills are categorized in different manners based on the literature, but we need to look at the picture in the following manner. So, life skills are personal skills, physical skills, the ability to express oneself through art. This is something that the UNESCO works on very closely. We also have skills pertaining to future management as well as skills pertaining to the management of rights. Work-related skills are divided into the following: digital skills, managerial skills, and green skills. Green skills specifically are a hot topic at the moment, and we should not forget the importance of linguistic skills in order to properly communicate with other individuals and to promote knowledge and what is known as the meta-knowledge to further boost the intellectual capacities of the learners. Sustainable development skills are the skills pertaining to ecological understanding of climate issues. Those issues require us to be aware of what the steps that need to be undertaken to fight climate change. Furthermore, we need to have necessary skills to respond to situations of emergency. We are living in a world where emergencies are arising in a very fast manner. Therefore, learners should have the capacity to know how to react when they are facing specific emergency. It's also important to develop the critical thinking skills, because according to the various analytical studies and concepts, it has been determined that it is important for learners to develop a comprehensive view and image of reality. We also have skills pertaining to citizenship, and finally cross-cultural skills with the aim of highlighting the open world in which we live. And in order to thrive in such a world, we also need to develop our cultural skills and to be aware of our rights and duties. To sum up, there is a number of requirements that need to be met, and they are all featured in the study. I could sum them up in the following manner. Those requirements focus on three main pillars. First, educational content. The educational content encompasses the curricula and these educational strategies that are adopted. Second, the education and evaluation processes. I really wanted to develop this specific pillar, but I am short on time. If we do not change our evaluation model, we will not be supporting the learners as needed. And third, sorry, I don't have time to talk about the third pillar. However, feel free to approach me to ask me any question as necessary. We need to think about the content of the slide together. Maybe we'll do so during the general discussion of the round table. But as we have mentioned before, transforming education means transforming the learning experience for the learners. It's important to talk about the importance of acquiring the necessary skills. How are those skills acquired? Is it only through the schools, or is there a possibility to engage other parties as well in the learning process? Indicators and points of measurements. We have spoken about the capacities and capabilities that we need, but are we equipped or equipped enough to measure those capacities? And between brackets, I would like to say that the Regional Center for Educational Excellence has started working on developing a guiding tool which will help the countries better assess their educational reality and for them to better know what are the weakness points they need to start tackling. Furthermore, the spread of AI will have an impact on the educational sphere. There are several questions that we need to ask, and maybe we'll have the opportunity to answer them during the discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Najwa. As I have mentioned before, The different topics tackled during this debate are all quite important, but unfortunately we are short on time. We will now open the floor for the discussion. This discussion will last for about 3 minutes, I believe. We'll start with Dr. Ghada, because she was asking for equality between men and women. So there is a question that was asked, which is the following. How can we efficiently seize the opportunities at hand to promote a better future for education? We are constantly talking about transforming education. And among the points that we need to thoroughly think of is the following. We need to understand what our destination is. The word education is translated in a specific manner in Arabic, but I personally would add an additional term in Arabic to give a more comprehensive picture of the word education. So it's important to convey the concept of education properly in Arabic, and we are currently trying to raise awareness between learners, and we are also trying to make them more autonomous and independent. So we want them as well to be committed to lifelong education. Therefore, we need to define the concepts and the terms properly in Arabic. This will help better define as well the transformation of education in general. Education should be an open system that could thrive not only domestically but also internationally based on the cooperation that would be required in this regard. We also need to value all forms of education and not only the ones that take place inside of schools. Real education is the education that learners acquire in their daily lives. And they need to acquire the necessary skills for them to be able to thrive in their everyday lives. This is something very important. In conclusion, I would like to say that among the points that we also need to focus on in order to ensure the transformation of education, I would mention the following. It's important to reconsider assessment and evaluation. The current processes that are in place are backward moving because we are still very focused on grades and the grading system. This makes the ultimate goal of the learner to score higher or to score as high as possible. Therefore, this is one of the main steps, in my opinion, that could help further promote the transformation of education. Thank you very much, Doctor. Again, we are talking about practical education that would help serve learners in their daily lives. Dr. Hassa, you have spoken about, or the topic you have tackled had a philosophical dimension to it, and we needed to be really focused to be able to better understand the points that you have tackled. I would like to go back to the pillars that you have spoken about. Why those specific pillars were chosen in that philosophical frame? When you use the word philosophical, it probably makes everyone feel terrorized. We need to think about things in plain terms. What is our objective? We want to be happy. We want to produce a future generation that is happy and content. This is not philosophy, this is reality. This happiness will not be achieved if we are simply focusing on measuring human beings as products because we want to focus on the national growth, the gross national of well-being. Therefore, especially for the foreign experts, well-being is very vital in all of its dimensions. The well-being, being refers to life, to existing, and well refers to the good life. So this is why we use in Arabic something that means good life.
To understand how can we live a happy life. And how can we live a happy life without looking into our inner dimensions that should be reflected in our outer dimensions, right? بعيدها بالعربي. So, الحياة الطيبة.
I will reiterate what I have just said in Arabic. We are striving to live a good life without truly and realistically understanding our inner layers. We are celestial beings. All of us are celestial beings. We have a soul, we have a spirit, we have empathy, we have a healthy heart, we have a brain and thoughts. My colleague was talking about assessment and evaluation, and she's right. Unfortunately, our evaluation and assessment system is quite unjust towards both learners and teachers. Therefore, it's important to focus on not only the brain but also the heart. If we think we will be able to fix our societies and to make ourselves and others happy, I think this is the secret here. In the GCC countries specifically, our happiness is not materialistic. We have a lot of natural resources. However, at the same time, we have higher levels of anxiety, of family issues, and of other psychological problems. Therefore, there is a missing link, which is what, according to you? I think that we need to unify or to better understand our reality. Thank you very much, Doctor. Indeed, you have spoken about us being multi-dimensional beings, and in order for us to find happiness, we need to understand that. Thank you very much, Doctor. I will now conclude with our third expert. I would like to ask you the following question. You have spoken about well-being. How can we ensure the well-being of future generations? What should be the aspirations of those future generations if we are to take into account several factors such as diversity, and if we are to rethink the purpose of the educational system and the strategies at hand, based because we do not want to deprive those future generations from a bright future. Please go.
Hello? Thank you so much for the very provocative question. I totally agree with our colleagues in some of the issues raised. Let me start by saying that the most important challenges I believe we are facing in education across different regions is to move from a very adultocentric perspective of education to a more intergenerational perspective. And it's not only about consulting young people. It's about engaging young people in the participation process of transformation of curriculum and education. And that's very different. It's not about consulting them what are their opinions or their beliefs or their ideas. It's about generating a dialogue within them, an empathy, a solidarity, a cohesion that today is not there. Because young people is not something homogeneous. They're very heterogeneous in the Gulf region, in every country. They have diversity of aspirations, ideas, cultures, mindsets, practice, beliefs. So we need to make a strong effort in the region to go deeper into understanding of youth cultures, because youth cultures will give us the understanding to move forward towards building a better future. And the future is not something given, it's something that we construct. That's why UNESCO talks about the futures of education in a plural sense, because there is not one unique pathway. Of course, there are different cultures perspective, different historical perspective. And the second point, if you allow me to mention about that you very well raised, is this idea between unity and diversity. I mean, they are not in clash. We can have common grounds while respecting diversity. We can have some, let's say, values, reference, ideas, and also respect and appreciation for diversity, for particular values, for particular affiliation, for particular ideas. There is no common ground, because if we believe that we cannot have common grounds, there is no civilization. So this idea that our colleagues have mentioned about learning to live together, learning with diversity, is not possible. Because there is no common ground, there is no way of generating a conversation. And let me finish by this. We need to connect the pieces, as our colleague has mentioned. We need to connect the cognition with emotions. We need to connect the body, the spirit, the brain, the mind. We need to connect the learning to live together with learning with diversity. We need to connect people. We need to connect mindsets. And that's our main challenge. Our main challenge in education is to transform education into a very strong power for rebuilding our civilization. Today is not about flexibility, adaptability, reform, adjustment. It's about laying the foundation for a civilization that is make possible a planet and our societies. So we need to have the capacity, the determination, the willingness, and the generosity with the younger people to build that future.
Thank you. حقيقة يمكن الحديث اليوم عادنا مرحلة مهمة جدا. سرقنا الذكاء الاصطناعي وسرقتنا الصناعة وسرقنا أشياء كثيرة. عادنا المنطقة هي عن الجانب النفسي الروحاني.
Might not be focusing enough on the spiritual and intellectual aspect of things, and we need to really build on this aspect, namely in the field of education. It's not simply about physical matters. We need to look into the depth of things and to focus on that in our transformational work. In conclusion, I would like to thank the attendance. I am very proud to have presided over this round table. I would like to thank the Dr. Sheikh Hassa bin Hamad Al-Thani, Mr. Renato Abirati, and Dr. Najwa Al-Fazza Grace, as well as the remote speaker, Professor Fernando Emmons. I would like to thank all of you, dear experts, for the time that you have given us, and I would like to thank our colleagues who have helped organize this round table. Thank you very much to everyone, and may the blessings and peace of God be upon you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Brahim Ibn Abdullah Al-Ahmaidan. Thank you for having presided over this round table, and thank you to the speakers. We will take a 20-minute break. Then we will come back to the lecture hall. You have 20 minutes, and then we will be back at 12:40. We will be eagerly waiting for you to come back. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention, and we look back to meeting up with you again.
إذن أيها الإخوة نعود لنبدأ الجلسة الأخيرة في سياق أجندات المؤتمر لهذا اليوم. الآن إن شاء الله سنبدأ الجلسة. ندعو الإخوة الكرام بالحضور لنبدأ الجلسة العامة الثانية لهذا اليوم. ثوانٍ إن شاء الله وسنبدأ الجلسة الثانية. ننتظر عودة الإخوة جميعاً لمشاهدة هذه الجلسة. السادة الكرام مدعوون مع الشكر والتقدير للعودة للقاعة للبدء. نحتاج أن نكون وفق ما خطط له زمنياً في الجلسات. ويعزز التفاعل. إذن الثانية.
We were supposed to start 4 minutes ago. We will start now the second plenary session. Our distinguished guest. This plenary session is on the topic of teaching profession, teacher support policies to lead education transformation. It will be moderated by Dr. Subayh Al-Mukhaizim, the faculty member at the College of Engineering and Petroleum, Kuwait University. You are most welcome, Dr. Subayh Al-Mukhaizim, and now you can take the floors to start calling on the panelist speakers. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you. In the name of Allah the Merciful, the Beneficial, good afternoon to everybody. We will continue in our second plenary session entitled Teaching Profession, Teacher Support Policies to Lead Education Transformation. And I would like to mention that this session was supposed to start 50 minutes. We started a few minutes before the schedule. So while everybody outside can join us if they want. So teachers are the cornerstone in any educational system that aspires to transform. They play a pivotal role for transferring knowledge and developing the skills and values for the upcoming generations. Therefore, the success of the efforts of transforming education is actually bound to having well-qualified teachers and well-equipped, and they have the motivation to play their role at the level of competence required for that. And they work in conducive working environment with full support and respect by the community and by the state. The international reports indicate or demonstrate that there are challenges facing the educational systems with regards to the teaching profession and teachers. Most importantly, the lack of the preparation and the numbers of teachers, prepared teachers, the limited number of professional development opportunities, the low status of teaching profession in the communities, working in unconducive environment, lack of independence, and the lack of capacity, sometimes the accountability, holding them accountable, or probably sometimes punishing them for being creative in some of the things. So in this plenary session, we will try to identify the areas or the requirements for promoting the teaching profession and teacher development policies. We can start with the blessing of God with the first speaker. So the title is Teaching Profession, Teacher Support Policies to Lead Educational Transform, presented by Dr. Lucy Bailey. She has the PhD from Bristol University, the Masters of Remote Education in London University, and the BA, the Bachelor's from Oxford University. She's an educational consultant with huge accumulated expertise for developing the teachers' skills in Asia. She was one of the senior trainers for the development of university teaching profession in Bangladesh under the Foundation of Buckingham, and also with the World Bank. Under her leadership, the Bahrain College for Teachers, or Teachers College, launched the initiative, and this is a new initiative in Bahrain, and she revisited the primary training programs and preparation programs for the teachers, and she's the Dean of Bahrain Teachers College. The floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, I want to begin by thanking the conference a sufficient supply of high-quality teachers is critical to the success of every education system. Teachers must not only be recruited in sufficient numbers, but also developed and retained throughout their careers. And today I'm going to talk about the elements to a successful teaching career, and specifically the measures that we've taken in the Kingdom of Bahrain to achieve this, acknowledging that we still have some challenges that remain. It's not working. And another press, thank you. The word career comes from the Latin word carus, meaning a chariot. At its roots, then, a career, a chariot, is a metaphor to suggest that we're all on a journey through our working lives. The importance that we place on having a career, though, is not how work has always been seen. It's a very modern 20th century notion, the idea that we get meaning and purpose from our working lives. In fact, at the beginning of the 21st century, an argument was put forward that the knowledge society would change this, that the increased fragmentation of our professional lives, movement between multiple jobs, would mean that the notion of a career became obsolete. But these predictions have not come true. It's not true. The concept of a career is very much alive and well, and it's especially true in teaching, which many people see as a vocation, deeply connected to their sense of identity. People, teachers, want to make sure that they feel they're making a difference in their lives. None of us wants to just show up to work and get a salary at the end of the month without making a difference. We want to be part of the journey. We want to feel part of the transformation of education that is the subject of the conference over these 2 days. So, how are we going to do that? How are we going to make sure that every teacher feels empowered and part of their journey, the career. Well, this matters not only, I'm getting the hang of it, by the way. This matters not only to the individuals, it also matters to educational policymakers. In seeking to ensure there is a sufficient high-quality teaching workforce deeply committed to what they are doing is essential to transforming any education system. What this means is that we need to ensure that sufficient teachers are recruited, that they are retained for enough years, and that their quality is sustained through continuous professional development. There need to be multiple accessible paths onto this journey. And once individuals have joined the teaching career, they need to feel a sense of meaning in their work, a sense that their teaching is valued and that there is progression throughout their working lives. Therefore, in my discussion of the teaching career today, I'm going to focus on 3 areas: how we begin as teachers, the experiences we have as teachers, and also how we feel a sense of value in what we're doing. So these 3 elements are absolutely critical to the notion of a successful career. Adequate worth and value needs to be given to teachers by designing organizational structures that give opportunities for promotion, adequate remuneration, and high status across the community. Unfortunately, international research has shown that the rewards of teaching are generally low compared to other careers that have comparable qualification requirements. And also, the rewards of teaching tend to come later in people's careers. So you have to wait longer to earn more of a salary. We also know internationally that there are high rates of teacher attrition, partly a problem of high teacher workloads, burnout, and what's known as praxis shock, that sense that people have beginning a teaching career that this isn't quite what they thought they were letting themselves in for. We need to address all of these issues: recruitment, motivating and retaining teachers in order to have a successful education system. So, what does research show us is happening across the GCC states at the moment in trying to achieve this complex and elusive goal? Well, research suggests that the GCC nations have faced many of these same problems as have been encountered internationally. We know that teacher recruitment has been a problem, especially of males. As a result of this, many GCC nations have turned to international recruitment, but that's brought other challenges. International recruits don't necessarily understand the national culture. Of course, they may choose to return to their home nations, and it's a risky element of relying on people from overseas. The COVID-19 pandemic showed us just how risky a strategy that can be. Therefore, we know that some countries across the GCC have considered teacher licensing in order to ensure that they do have a high-quality teaching workforce. These are important steps, but we know from the research that difficulties still remain. The GCC nations have made strong efforts to make teachers' work itself more attractive, so that teachers enjoy high job satisfaction across their careers. Research commissioned by the Regional Centre for Educational Planning on teachers' job satisfaction across the GCC has shown that the GCC nations have good pupil-teacher ratios compared to internationally. However, the same research showed that other elements of teachers' careers continue to be less attractive and called for improvements to the nature of teachers' work. Career progression and a sense of worth is critical to any career, but it's especially important to teachers, given the challenging working conditions that they face. Unfortunately, existing research suggests that despite policies to improve this across the GCC, many teachers continue to feel undervalued, both in terms of remuneration and in terms of the social respect that is given to teachers. So in the remainder of this presentation, I'm going to discuss the things that have been done in the Kingdom of Bahrain to deal with all of these different issues. I'm not pretending that we have all of the answers, but we have made significant progress, and I want to share with all of you today what has been done. I am the Dean of the Bahrain Teachers College, and it's through the partnership between our Teachers College and the Ministry of Education that we have been able to implement really successful change to ensure that we have an adequate supply of high-quality teachers. And the Ministry of Education in the Kingdom of Bahrain has paid extensive attention to nurturing its teaching workforce. By 2030, 80% of the teachers across the kingdom in government schools will have been trained by the Bahrain Teachers College. So we are right on target to achieve a very successful structure for teachers' careers. Let me tell you a little bit more about BTC. BTC is the sole provider of initial teacher education programs in the Kingdom of Bahrain. It was founded in 2008 by an initiative of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, who is now also the Prime Minister of Bahrain. And BTC was tasked with the explicit aim of contributing to the Kingdom's Economic Vision 2030. We had a founding collaboration with the National Institute of Education in Singapore, which initially developed all of our programs. Since then, all of these programs have been significantly revised in order to be more contextualized to the needs of the kingdom and also updated in line with good practices internationally for teacher training. Ministry officials, school leaders, BTC graduates, our current students, BTC faculty have all been consulted on every change that we make at the college. And it's this consultative, inclusive approach that is at the heart of BTC. BTC offers both pre-service and in-service routes into teaching, and it therefore is able to maximize quality recruitment. So let me tell you a key ideas as to some of the things that we're doing which are perhaps different to some other teaching colleges across the region. Firstly, all BTC students are Bahrainis, and they are all recruited through the HR department of the Ministry of Education, and they all receive a salary from the very start of their training in the college. What this means is that we are seen as offering a very attractive career pathway for school leavers. So from the start, they're guaranteed employment and a career. As a result, in 2024-5, there were more than 20 applicants for every place on our undergraduate program. So we've kind of tackled the shortage that we had 15 years ago in attracting people into teaching, but are we attracting sufficient quality? Well, BTC has made important efforts to ensure that that is also taking place. Because all students are already contracted to the Ministry of Education, that means that we can have professional expectations for them for the very start of their studies. We judge them from the word go on their professional commitment, And if they don't hit the mark, if they don't achieve the standards set by ourselves and the ministry, then their studies at BTC are discontinued. We do some other things to ensure that we're really preparing the best people for teaching. Teaching practicum is integrated into every year of study that students do in the college, and is seen amongst our faculty as the most important thing that we do as a college. So we don't just prepare them theoretically, we make sure that every student who leaves BTC understands exactly what the practical tasks of being a teacher involves. They don't need to experience the praxis shock, which we know is a challenge to teachers internationally, when new teachers feel overwhelmed by the realities of school. No, we've adequately prepared them for that throughout their studies. One of the other ways in which we've done that is to make sure that the teaching practicum is also explicitly focused on problem solving, sharing the issues that the students have faced in the classroom, and then working together to figure out how they can resolve those issues. So overall, BTC is a wonderful model for ensuring a great beginning to teachers' careers. That's all very well, but as I said right at the start, it's not enough just to begin well on a teaching career. We also need to make sure that there's adequate progression throughout that journey, throughout that chariot moving through our lives. The Bahraini Ministry of Education has complemented the efforts of BTC to ensure this quality recruitment is also matched by measures to improve teachers' work, in particular their sense of autonomy over the tasks that they're doing. The BTC Leadership Centre, which is a collaboration between BTC and the Ministry of Education, has offered training programs to school leaders which have been focused on creating an enabling and mentoring environment within schools. In 2024, the Ministry of Education launched a Model Teaching Schools initiative. This is brand new for the Kingdom, whereby teachers, in conjunction with BTC faculty, are encouraged to identify, demonstrate, and disseminate best practices in their teaching, in their classrooms, with an emphasis on collaboration, innovation, and school-to-school support. This innovation of teaching schools is another way in which Bahrain has sought to foster teacher autonomy, teacher creativity, making teachers feel empowered to make a change in their classrooms. Alongside this, the Ministry of Education has introduced some very practical steps to reduce teacher attrition. It's created clear pathways for progression and promotion for all teachers and administrative staff within the ministry, implementing a new organizational structure that was developed through extensive collaboration with teachers themselves. Recognition of engagement in professional development is reflected in teachers' progression and in their salaries. So there is an incentive for teachers to continually develop and improve themselves across their teaching careers. And pivotal to this, the Quality Assurance Agency, the BQA, equally places a huge emphasis on teacher professional development when it comes in to evaluate schools. In other words, the work that teachers do is not only creative and innovative, that's not only encouraged, but it's formally recognized through promotions and remuneration. Overall then, Bahrain can be pleased and proud that the Ministry of Education has led the way in establishing these kinds of improvements to every aspect of the teaching career pathway. I'm not pretending that we have solved it all. Although we highly value teachers in the region, we know that there are still problems in attracting enough recruits to teaching. BTC itself can't meet the demands that the ministry has for all the teachers that they need. We're building up the supply of teachers gradually, ensuring that we hang on to this important quality that we offer, but we're not there yet. So although these initiatives have made a difference, they haven't solved every single problem. So what I've said so far today, and this is by way of summary, is that if we want teachers to be empowered to make the transformations that every speaker here today is saying is essential for the education system, we need to make sure that teachers feel empowered and energized across their teaching careers. They need to begin well through effective, passionate, empowering teacher education. Their actual tasks at work need to be enjoyable, giving room for autonomy. Their leaders need to mentor them and encourage them to do that. And finally, we need to make sure that they are adequately remunerated and respected in the society at large. If we do these things, then yes, we can make a difference, and the example of Bahrain can be an inspiration. However, in the 1 minute I think I have left, I do want to say a final word. One of the things we've learned at BTC is that we began by taking ideas from Singapore, but we had to change them from our context. We had to continually meld and reshape them in order for them to work for us. There's no way that the same model for inspiring teachers and creating effective careers can be used in every single context. People are motivated differently. The way that people think about themselves, their identity, their place in the world is different in different cultures. So we can't just borrow the ideas from Bahrain and apply them in Oman or Saudi Arabia and so on. We have to adapt and change and mold. We've learned that policy borrowing can only take us so far. It's policy learning and adaptation and changing the teacher's career so that it works effectively in your own context that will make the difference for us all. Thank you so much for your attention today.
Thank you, Dr. Lucy. المتحدث الثاني.
The second speaker will be Dr. Oraku. She is a part of the Faculty of Education in Hong Kong. She will be talking about opportunities for teacher development, bridging the gap between knowledge and practice. Dr. Koo has worked for more than 2 decades in the field of training teachers or faculty members at the University of Hong Kong. She has excelled in her career. She also became an honorary professor in Hangzhou Normal University for a decade from 2001 to 2010. She also took sabbatical leave in Paris from the year 2006 until the year 2009, where she participated in UNESCO global conferences and undertook consultancy agreements. Her vision of humanitarian education engages her in the empowerment of young academics for full development as educators. Please, Doctor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. This morning I heard of all the greetings to everybody, and I like the best is brothers and sisters. So brothers and sisters, in addition to ladies and gentlemen, which is a common trait. I'm very pleased to be here. Congratulations for us making the effort to come together. And this morning I have been excited to learn a lot about the gap. So what I find, my first slide, is about the gap. Can we turn? Oh, yes, this is my turning. Yeah, okay. I find that when we are in a regional, global discourse, there is a lot of commonality, which is about gaps. What we want are very clear and bright vision of the future, but at the same time, we just feel very stressed on the reality. So there's a vision-reality gap. But there are more gaps that we are handling every day, and often these gaps can be very frustrating. And just now, I listened to very good stories of Bahrain, which is also very encouraging. It's because of the commitment. I find that leadership is commitment to bridge the gap. So the session, just now, I'm going to speak to some of my findings in terms of the knowledge-practice gap. So I'll quickly run through UNESCO's pillars of education that you're familiar with. I still find that a lot of our global discourse is about knowing, or better, doing, but learning to be and learning to live together remains something which cannot be easily measured by assessment and exam. So this is a gap. And COVID has changed the world in very dramatic ways. And often we human beings think that we are the master of a lot of things, but then we suddenly find ourselves in a totally different context. So I find this all become very good opportunity for us to think about, so what are we going to do? And is everything just a matter of our rational thinking, or a lot of it is beyond our comprehension? Then I find this, again, very, very special when we have to deal with the people and the planet, and we need the entire world's creativity and intelligence to ensure the inclusion, equity, human rights, and peace defined for future. Now, these are very important headlines for us to bear in mind, but when we turn around to the everyday condition in the world, which is full of chaos and conflicts and heartbreaking scenarios, whether it is in the macro or the micro ways, we feel that something is, again, reminded us of the gap. And what I particularly look at is the knowledge and practice gap. And in our Ming Dynasty, Wang Yangming was already presenting something which nowadays, in the recent century, John Dewey have been talking a lot about experiential learning. So what I find particularly important is to say that what is knowledge? So sometimes we say that we don't know what we're talking about and we want to talk about it. And sometimes we say that the talking about things is a way to construct and reconstruct our understanding. So the knowledge that is acquired is really the direction of action, and the action is effort for knowledge. And this really becomes a very important relationship building. That is, we are not talking about something which we just talk about. We need to walk the talk. Much earlier in my career as a teacher educator, I find myself constantly questioning myself and questioning my student teachers about this knowledge gap. So knowledge and action is original substance of knowledge and action that it should be unified. But often, I find it so easy to talk about knowledge and not act in alignment with what we believe. So that's the gap I want to deal with within the short time here. Okay, dissonance. I just want to take a moment, if you like to close your eyes or open your eyes, look around and so on, take a moment to think about your professional experience. Is there any story that comes to your mind that gives you a kind of dissonance? something unexpected, something shocking, or something puzzling and distressing, uncomfortable. Okay, I see some nodding. Okay, now you're ready to hear my story. I have a story to share in my own teacher education experiences. So this is from a cohort of postgraduate certificate of education. I was helping teachers of English as a foreign language, as a second and foreign language in the University of Hong Kong. And I was preparing them to be in teaching practicum. Then I went for the school visits, practicum visits, and I observed the class. Before I observed the class, I was having a very warming dialogue with a teacher. She fulfilled all the attitude, knowledge, and skill dimension and theory. So she is English speaking is her mother tongue. She is English speaking teacher teaching English. So knowledge, linguistically, she has got the qualification. And skill-wise, she's very enthusiastic in the course and did a lot of good question and participation. She's a good student teacher. And also, she's a mother of kids. And so she's very mature. Attitude, she's passionate with education. So you might see that in walking into the classroom, observing her teaching, you would expect that to be a very harmonious unity of her personality and the classroom situation. You might expect the but. But at the end of the class, when she went back to the staff room and we start having a conversation of the post-lesson discussion, she broke down in tears. It was a mess. She had all the good lesson plans. She didn't know why it was a mess from the beginning to the end. The classroom was noisy, and either they are overexcited or they are not participatory in their own way, noisy. I won't spend a lot of time going into details, but I would like to use this as a very worthwhile example to check that qualifications, readiness, enthusiasm, that's desirable. But at the end of the day, we still have to think about how do we prepare teachers? What is it that teachers really need? When we're busy saying that we support the teachers, what is the meaning of support? And I find that in the whole career pursuit structure and also reward system of teachers, there's a lot of presumptions about what teachers need as recognition. And very soon after reform movement, we have got all the rewards for teachers for excellence. But the majority of teachers, what do they really need emotionally and psychologically? What is a real recognition for the majority of teachers who did not go to the platform to receive the rewards? So in our policy, we need to really think closely and deeply and fearlessly about understanding of teachers. Okay, sorry. Okay, so this is, sorry, seems to. Okay, I pressed the wrong button. Okay, sorry. Okay, right. The nature of learning is not just informative. We can have training which gives them a lot of information. But I'm looking at how teachers really change. It motivates me so strongly when I see changes. And transformative learning really requires meaning making. And making teaching and learning more complex so that we can deal with the multiple demands and the uncertainty. So, in fact, teachers as educators, not just as occupational workers, have intellectual learning, instructional challenges, the inner strength. This is this morning's speech from the professor also talk about the inner strength and testing the heart. A lot of our teaching is not just intellectual knowledge, but also the guts to validate or invalidate what we have already got. And that's most important. So I find that the typical, over the so-called trend of universal trend, is that we look at teaching professional development as teachers are short of something. And this is well established in the research literature that we question. We always find the teachers are deficit. And now the hot topic is AI. They should be trained to master AI. But how the training program is also subjected to a lot of hard work and really understanding of how to train teachers. But I'm also looking at a growth model which is driven from within, how recognition and cultivation of potential for further development. So a typical model like what I'm doing now could be that I'm the expert and everybody is listening to an expert. In a classroom setting, this is typically a transmission model. That is, knowledge goes from the expert to the students. But this is a very attractive model which I've been working on for decades with my community development as a visiting professor in mainland China, that we all are knowers. Students come to the classroom already know a lot. So basically, the teachers can actually be a more round table, horizontal position with the students. So I'm not just talking about it in theory, I was putting it into practice. Dialogue is very important, but in fact, we all agree to it. It's so difficult to engage in a sustainable dialogue, whether it is in family, intimate situation, or in classroom situation. Dialogue is almost like a luxury. It's so easy to talk, but not to dialogue. So I find that the narrative inquiry is what I have been doing, and I would like to share more, but because of time, I can only say, when I tell a story, I give the space, the time space, the social space, the physical space, and the details of the inner life of the occasion. Emotion is very much part of that totality of experience. And also the person who's not absent but present in the scenario. So I find that listening story require a non-judgmental. Now we are living in a world of evaluation. How can we be non-judgmental? That's against the mainstream culture. So that's the challenge. And support means that we are not ignoring the inner self, and we should create a safe environment. After the teaching practice, I have this storytelling session with my student teachers. At the end, I find that my research assistant, who was assisting me at a research project, was trying to conceptualize the scenario with two pictures. If you look at it, this is one picture. Student teachers felt that this is it. And some other student teachers felt that this is it. So then the question for dialogue is, would you prefer to be this or this? It's a very fascinating conversation. And where do teachers learn? Teachers' learning does not just take place in the context of practice. It's the safety and authenticity to share it. So the conversation went on beyond the classroom. That's most important to see changes. And the core of teacher learning is that we have to agree that there are situations that we're confused, conflict, or dissonance, but we don't reject and say this is failure. This is part of the progression towards success. And that's my major message. I find a lot of time we just look at things evaluatively and say, therefore, let's avoid anything that gets us into trouble. Let's have a good show. So learning and teaching become a show business, which is, on some occasion, very worth reconsidering. Training and empowerment is a very important demarcation. I do find that we need to empower teachers. We have got a tall agenda, just like curriculum, of training teachers. Here and there, teachers need training. Yes, I would not disagree with that. But then the approach to training must be empowerment, rather than disempowerment to say that you are ugly. Let me just match it up. So a good tool of thinking is tip of an iceberg. In Chinese philosophy, we do see a lot in the Taoism of visible and less visible. We also find that the core value usually happen in the time when perseverance take off to claim the responsibility to learn. And teachers will be passively or burn out if they don't feel that the environment is conducive to that passionate pursuit. So support is not about bringing them to a comfort zone, whether the teachers to their students or teacher educators to the teachers, trainees. So taking notes, we have to do it all the time. Writing reflective journal is part of my pedagogical features and not getting stuck. So we need to celebrate the struggles and internal and collegial dialogues. So voices of reconnections usually come about when our challenges can be taken as opportunity for learning. So this is very important to see dissonance as a new beginning for our learning together. I like Maxine Greene, who's very good in her philosophical approach to discern that when people learn to make sense of what's happening, then they become autonomous. Freedom to learn begins when they see, I got into trouble. Now I'm liberated to see something new. And that's very exhilarating. So, location of inner power is to reflect, to understand, to reconnect, to make critical choice. And leadership can only come when we have enough substance in learning, without which we'll be in difficulties. So, teachers as leaders, or you, every one of you as leaders in your own institutional, in your own workplace, what do you think leadership is? Yeah, I'm almost there. So I find that it's individual critical thinking is very important, but altogether, we also need community dialogues. That's why a conference like this is promising for something sparkling and something explosive in our energy. So this is my PhD student's thesis at the end. She said that inner core value is very important. The moral quest for learning to be is going to and fro from curriculum discourse to inner core values. Thank you, you're so nice. So, in fact, we must be looking at all these possibilities that, sorry. A lot better, is it? So, I think the relationship with values, curriculum, and curriculum has got the lived curriculum and also the formal curriculum. So leadership, in the end, will give us everything new. Now, this is like a fantasy, like a fairy tale, but it's also very real. I'm not giving a scripture of something which is illusioning, but something that if we really begin to see the potential of every teacher and every learner, then the whole workplace, the classroom culture will be different. So I am asked to say, what is your recommendation for at the end of my speech? So I would say that maybe TAO is Tao, Taoism is a Chinese ancient philosophy. So if I use the acronym of transformational relationship, I think our teaching and student relation has to be transformed. The alertness of diversity, now this is very much aligned with UNESCO discourse of unity and diversity, and openness to dialogue for public good. Dialogue is not just reinforcing your self-image of how important it is, what you advocate. Dialogue is being humble, being able to say, I don't know enough. Although you're an expert, and all the expert mentality or images have to say, I don't know enough, I can start listening more in order to think, in order to contribute to the dialogue. And the destination is public good, common good. If we have got these kind of culture and entities of individuals, then our world can be a promising, hopeful place. This is coming from the book, which I have a global dialogue. In a conference, I did different things. And I was very persistent to do the conference in a very alternative manner, which is facing many challenges. So I can see how much this conference also had to overcome many challenges. But I produced a book which has been very well reviewed in the literature and also very promising and been translated into the different languages. I feel very warmed by the hopefulness of global dialogue coming to publication and coming to something which we don't even know. Thank you.
Thank you.
شكرا لك سعادة البروفيسورة. المتحدثة الثالثة لدينا بحسب الترتيبات الأولية. As per the arrangement, we should have Peter Wallet, the Project Officer, International Task Force on Teachers for Education. Unfortunately, he could not actually join us due to health condition, so we would like to thank him for his efforts during the period of preparing for this session. Instead of him through the video, Carlos Vargas Tamis will present on behalf of him and the head of Task Force on Teachers in the UNESCO and the head of the projects on the Education Plan 2023. And the topic is actually the topic is improving the attractiveness of teaching by reforming teacher career structure, and he's a pedagogy specialist. His publications and researches on teaching and human rights, and also the public policies and narratives in that. He worked for a number of universities in international organizations, NGOs, and governments, and for analysis of lifelong learning policies. Since 2015, Carlos works for the UNESCO, where he coordinates the researches on the social and cultural importance of education in 5 continents. Currently, he leads the Department of Task Force Teachers in the UNESCO headquarters, and he heads the Task Force, International Task Force on teacher educations.
I lead the section for teacher development at UNESCO and the Secretariat of the TTF, the International Task Force on Teachers for Education 2030. I'm very happy to join you today. I'm very grateful to ABEX, the Arab Bureau of Education for the Gulf States, and to GACERC, the Gulf Arab States Educational Research Center, and both their directors for this kind invitation to join you today at the 4th International Education Conference, which has a very timely theme, which is transforming education, opportunities and challenges to enhance the future of education. I wish I could have been with you today, but unfortunately due to travel restrictions and health situations from colleagues, we will not be able to join you. But we've prepared this video to share with you some insights that precisely come out of the Transforming Education Summit and have to do with how do we reinforce and reinvigorate the teaching profession. So I'm going to share my screen so that you can have a look at the presentation we have prepared for you, and something that you've probably seen, the Global Report on Teachers that we published from UNESCO and the TTF earlier this year, and which focuses on teacher shortages. So the first slide, maybe we can go to the next. The first slide basically shows what is the purpose of this report. Some of the inspiration that it has comes from the normative instruments of teachers that you may know, the recommendations concerning the status of teachers and concerning the status of higher education teaching personnel. These recommendations capture the spirit, the obligations, the rights that teachers have, and how to actually protect their work and ensure they have all of the enabling conditions to flourish. Of course, one of the backgrounds of this work has also to do with the International Commission on the Futures of Education. You might remember Reimagining Our Futures Together that UNESCO published in 2021, and which calls for a transformation of teaching as a collaborative profession. This was also taken up, it was the source of inspiration for the discussion we had in New York in 2022 in the Transforming Education Summit. As a result, this blue publication that you have on your screen was prepared by a high-level panel on the teaching profession that was convened by the Secretary General of the United Nations with the intention of advancing the teaching profession, ensuring that teachers are adequately supported and that they have not only the training but also the resources that they need to thrive. So the report has two objectives. On the one hand, monitoring progress towards SDG 4, as you know, the target 4.C that has to do with teacher supply, and on the other, highlighting this transformation of the teaching profession, beginning with filling the gaps, filling the shortages that persist today, thinking about collaboration, about lifelong learning, about thinking of teachers as knowledge producers, as policy partners, which require certainly improved working conditions. On the next slide, you will see that the world still lacks 44 million teachers if we want to achieve universal primary and secondary education by 2030. And most of this shortage is at secondary education level. In any case, at primary education level, the world needs to increase the supply of teachers by 10% annually. So there is a large global gap. There's a quantitative shortage, but there's also a qualitative shortage of teachers. As you know, the global average of qualified teachers is around 85%, and this average is declining in a number of countries. We do see still countries where 20, 30%, sometimes 40% of the workforce is not qualified. So it is not only a matter of quantity, certainly the 44 million missing, but from those which are qualified are still not a majority. And this has effects, of course, in the quality of education, in the size of classes and classrooms. For example, the pupil-teacher ratio, which in high-income countries reaches 15:1, we do see still in the developing world pupil-teacher ratios of 100:1 teacher, so it's very difficult to navigate the classroom when they are overcrowded and when teachers do not have the qualifications to do what they do best. On the next slide, you'll see that we have looked at some of the causes of the teacher shortages. We have found out, of course, that it is a multidimensional phenomenon that has to do with many causes. But at the end of the day, when we look at the push factors, the pull factors, the personal factors, we see that one of the main factors for this shortage is actually teacher attrition. Basically, the fact that teachers are leaving the profession massively. There is a figure that you can see on your screen. Teacher attrition has doubled in primary education in the last 7 years, from 4.6 to 9.0% in 2022. So basically, there is a trend of teachers leaving the profession, usually within the first 5 years, and that is related with the working conditions that teachers actually enjoy. On the one hand, the material conditions, which have to do with remuneration, with workloads, with the resources that they have at hand, and on the other, a symbolic condition that has to do with the trust, with the confidence that we have in teachers, with the possibilities that they have to intervene in educational decision making. But going back to the material conditions, teacher salaries remain unattractive globally. So just so that you know, more than half of the countries in the planet pay primary teachers less than they do pay other professions requiring the same level of qualification. And beyond, there are some other issues like teacher mobility, which intensifies teacher attrition. We see countries like Canada, Germany, UK, and the USA. We know countries in the Gulf also host many foreign teachers, and that might have effects not only on the local domestic supply, but also on the shortages in other countries. So it is important when you look into teacher shortages that we also see where these gaps exist. Sometimes they have to do with particular regions, whether rural or urban, mostly rural areas, or emergency situations and contexts. We also see differences in terms of the subject matter. So we have usually in STEM, science, mathematics, but also in culture and arts, where we have less teachers, for example. And of course, in terms of diversity, linguistic diversity, gender parity is something that is of our concern. Teaching is usually a feminized profession in some countries, and the proportion of women in early childhood education does not correspond to that in higher education levels. There are issues around, for example, teacher leadership or school leaders, principals, public officials that tend to be men and not women. So there is, of course, underrepresentation in leadership facing discrimination and unsafe working conditions. Now the report also looks, and you'll see in the next slide, what are some of the key levers to address and to reverse teacher shortages. It has to do with improving salaries and retirement schemes like we've seen in Kyrgyzstan or in Shanghai or the UK, integrating technology to alleviate the burdens of teachers like we've seen in Kenya, in Uganda, and South Sudan. Now, the issue of training, mentoring, psychosocial support for teachers is very important in conflict-affected areas. We've seen examples in Kenya, in Cameroon, and in Peru, where social-emotional learning, psychosocial support, mental well-being have helped teachers cope with the situation and remain in the profession, but also we've seen how they can transmit that kind of support to their students. In some countries, communities have been formed, committees have been formed by communities, schools, parents, and certainly teachers to protect education from violence. We've seen that in Liberia, in Nepal, in Sri Lanka, and in Zimbabwe, among other places. Another factor that supports teacher retention has to do with the role that school leaders can actually do. There are many, let's say, big changes that school leaders can certainly not make happen, like salaries, remuneration, and sometimes even workloads. But there's a number of things that school leaders can do to make the everyday life of teachers better and to actually foster collaboration among teachers. We've seen how this collaboration, transferring or transforming the role of inspection, of supervision, and instead of mentoring, of promoting collaboration among teachers by school leaders, have had an effect on school climate, but also on student learning outcomes, as we've seen in UNESCO's education test for Latin America and the Caribbean. The induction programs are very important. As you know, it is novice teachers in the first 5 years that leave the profession. Therefore, the induction, the onboarding, the welcoming of new teachers into the profession is a very important factor to promote motivation, to feel accompanied, mentored. Sometimes teachers leave the profession because they feel isolated. They feel that it's a very lonely profession. This is the moment when they are actually welcomed into a community of practice that is, cohesioned around a body of knowledge, know-how, a common ethos of service, and again, to a community of practitioners. So induction programs for novice teachers, for principals have resulted, of course, in better teacher retention, in teacher motivation and self-efficacy, like we've seen in Scotland, in Cuba, and other countries where induction programs are mentored and they're required. It is important to also provide teachers with enough autonomy. Sometimes in our preoccupation to safeguard, to ensure quality, we have devised different mechanisms, different technologies that far from motivating teachers, they curtail actually teacher autonomy. So when teachers are inspected, when they are told what to teach, when to teach, how to teach it, then teacher autonomy is impaired. So a level of autonomy that allows teachers to make decisions in the classroom, in the school, but eventually in educational decision making is something that keeps teachers rather motivated. We've seen that in the UK, we've seen that in Finland, where the inspectorate, for example, has been abolished, and in other countries. The issue and the case for incentives is important to help attract teachers to underserved areas, to rural areas like we've seen in China, to indigenous communities like we've seen in Ecuador, and ensuring that their qualifications are recognized, that they continue to professionalize in terms of migration, like we've seen in Barbados, and we've seen with the CARICOM qualifications passport, where they can actually travel with their qualification. Now, there are two other issues that are important as levers to address teacher shortages. The next slide talks about particularly the case of data. If we can go to the next slide. And funding. This one is about the funding gap that is needed. If we want to transform the profession, we really need to have the resources to do that. This means that the public expenditure for education should raise to the recommended standard of 6% of GDP or 20% of public expenditure. Today, the public expenditure in education is only at 4.2% globally, which means that if we reach 6%, we would be able to fund the teacher gaps that we see, especially knowing that teacher salaries make up most of educational expenditure in many countries. The budget of the Ministry of Education, in some cases, is 75 to 95% dedicated to teacher salaries. We have estimated an annual cost of financing new teachers to reach primary and secondary education. Those 44 million teachers that you saw at the beginning would cost around $120 billion every year. So it is a large gap, and we need to begin by mobilizing the resources and making sure that education is correctly funded and that the funds go also to teacher professionalization. The next slide, which I'll cover very quickly, is about the data. We need to know, again, where the teachers are, who they are, what they need. Monitoring and information systems on teachers are very important. To have a comprehensive database on teacher recruitment practices, to have information as to their career ladders, how they are moving from novice to experienced to expert teachers to mentors of others, etc. So we need more disaggregated data around teachers in order to be able to track and to support the profession appropriately. Now, finally, in the next slide, I'll present to you some of the recommendations that came out of our global report and that I'm sure will be inspirational for the conversations you are to have in this fourth International Education Conference. These are recommendations to transform the teaching profession for a new social contract. The first recommendation has to do with fostering gender equality and embracing diversity. So very often, the teacher workforce does not reflect the diversity of the communities, whether it is cultural or linguistic, whether it is gender bias, etc. So we've seen examples in Austria, in Germany, but in other countries that boost female leadership, that recruit more men in early childhood education, etc. The second recommendation is to enhance teacher motivation, and this is, of course, through collaboration and lifelong learning. I would say one of the inspirations of reimagining our futures together is to transform teaching as a collaborative profession. And this has implications for how we promote collaboration. It has to do with training teachers for technology and other topics. It has to do with enhancing professionalization, but particularly with transforming teacher education to prepare teachers to play this role that we see them play in society, transitioning from merely curriculum implementers into public intellectuals, civil servants that can actually support the educational research, the curriculum reforms, the assessments, the policies that countries are putting in place. So that has implications in how we transform teacher initial education, but also continuous professional development, which should be seen as something that is country-led by means of communities of practice, of exchange, where teachers can actually exchange and discuss how to improve teaching within their communities. It is important also to transition contract teachers into permanent teaching positions. We've seen that often to address these gaps, actually contract teachers, community teachers, voluntary teachers are recruited, which is not actually sustainable. We need to recruit teachers that go into civil service. We've seen examples in Indonesia or in Mexico where more than 500,000 teachers have been transitioned from contract to permanent positions in teaching, and that has a long-lasting difference in education. The next slide, we'll see the last 4 recommendations.
Carlos, please, if you can wrap it up in a minute, would be much appreciated so that we stay on time. المعذرة أعتقد أن انقطع الاتصال والصوت.
So we stop at this point given the
متحدثنا الرابعة والأخيرة الدكتور عائشة بنت سالم الحارثية.
Speaker, Dr. Aisha bin Salim al-Harithiyya. She is a professor in the Department of Educational Foundations and Administration on the College of Education at the College of Education, Sultan Qaboos University, Sultan of Oman. The topic is teacher support policies to lead transformation education in the Arab Gulf states, reality and requirements. She has a master's degree in continuous learning and teaching from Wisconsin, the United States, and a PhD in adult education from Pennsylvania in the United States. She is the head of the Department of Educational Foundations and Administration. She has a number of applications in the regional and international magazines and periodicals, and she has contributions in some papers. She presented in 41 conferences. She has funding for 14 projects, and she was awarded number like awarded Charles Woodward awards and the National Award for Scientific Research of the PhD category or tier for the creative and innovative research in 2022, and also the National Woman Award from the Ministry of Development and Social Development in 2024.
أولا أود أن أشكر مكتب التربية العربية تنظيم هذا المؤتمر، وأيضا على الدعوة الكريمة للمشاركة ببعض الأفكار المتعلقة
It's related to education transformation because it is in a very transitional period now in the GCC, because education in the GCC somehow is modern in terms of history, but it has witnessed several transformations or changes, and these transformations and changes have been actually manifested in several aspects and in several pathways related to teacher preparation and teacher training, and also other changes in the curricula, and currently the changes that have been driven by technological volatile changes. And the paper I'm presenting here, especially with regards to the teachers, reflects the teacher's voice. And hopefully we will take into consideration this idea from the grassroots to the top, and where the reality the teachers are in, and their perspective of teaching transformation or educational transformation in the GCC countries. And this starts from the initial idea that the teacher, as we see, is the leader of the learning process, and he is mandated and trusted with implementing this transformation, which we expect in the countries of the region. Therefore, engaging the teachers and hearing their voices is the crux, or it goes without saying that it needs to be taken into consideration in the GCC, but we will see to what extent this response can be effectuated. And as some reports and what was presented today is that this opportunity will not be open for a lot of the educational systems, engaging the teachers in the policies, educational policies, and to be engaged actively in the education transformation. There are a lot of reports, and some of them have been alluded to today. The global report on teachers 2024-2025, which talks about the role of leadership and education, and it emphasized several aspects, including, as an example, that there is great importance for supporting the teachers, and our colleague talked a little bit how teachers can be supported during the teacher preparation colleges, and then after graduation from these programs, and in service, like before service and in service, and providing the support which must come from the school principals and leadership. There has to be also a support from the educational system as a whole, and also the community support. And let's actually, while during the COVID-19, so the teachers profession has been well appreciated, because the parents started to understand the burden teachers have when their kids are in school. And in fact, also the report emphasized the importance of giving the teachers the space, good space, and realistic space of freedom and autonomy, and also the time to implement what they need to. And this is what we find, that the teachers are always under pressure, and they are required to do a lot given the short time at the school level, and also at the governorate districts, educational governance or districts. And a lot of people do not actually recognize, they do not feel appreciated or recognized for that. And this recognition might not be necessarily in financial terms or probably money-wise, but it has to be kind of recognition and appreciation of their efforts. And this leads us to the importance of having this kind of support for retaining and for recruiting the teachers who can take the initiative and who can develop themselves professionally. The global reports which have been shared or highlighted, which is actually the new social contract for education published by the UNESCO, which provided actually envisaged the role of teachers for the education transformation. And the keynote speaker talked about the expected role of the teachers as a career path for the teachers. This what should be taken into consideration for education transformation for that. And if we like, for example, to look where we can find these education policies and how we can look at the teacher's role within these education policies. I chose, and this is my choice as a researcher, so I chose to look at 5 pillars or 5 themes which have been mentioned by previous speakers in highlighted in different ways, is teacher autonomy or self-leadership, and opportunities for professional development and for leadership, and the appreciation and recognition of their role in the school and the community, professional development policies, and also technology and innovation. And the previous reports concluded actually with the importance of training teachers on all types of technology, and also the teachers' well-being. This is one of the things which we probably we talk sometimes about it, but we are not implementing things related to that. And if we look here, I give you, for example, something different from the previous speakers. Just to take something from the field. So we conducted a research. This research focused on 17 statements which have been published for the teachers from the GCC countries. But of course, this is kind of exploratory. It is not representative sample.
The responses that we have received were rather weak. However, the aim was to further explore the reality of educational policies in the GCC. As you will notice, most of the answers were from Oman and focused on students or on teachers in grades 1 to 6. We also wanted to survey individuals who had more than 10 years of experience. If we look at the results of the survey, which is quite realistic in my opinion, we will notice that the overall outcome was average. The policies aimed at supporting teachers were average. This means that the policies do exist and the support does exist. However, they are below par. And there is a lot of room for improvement in this regard. This clearly reflects the reality that we are dealing with in the region. This region is not exactly poor, and we do have all the financial support that we need. However, we are not amongst the most advanced countries that have managed to achieve the well-being of educators and teachers. As you will see, the most important axis was that of innovation and technology. It was the highest ranked one, or rated one. And number 5 was allocated for teachers' well-being, so it was the lowest standard to be met. When we talk about innovation and technology, it's important to look at both the quantitative and qualitative aspects. So, for example, teachers in the GCC, and God be praised, have stated that the infrastructure available in the schools in which they operate is rather acceptable. Even if they live remotely, there are transportation networks available for the teachers to get to the schools where they work. In Oman, for example, this represents a priority whether we are talking about a school in the city or in a remote area. Technology is accessible to all of them. Many teachers have also mentioned that they trust the educational system and they are confident when it comes down to using technology. Plus, they have benefited from a number of training programs that have helped develop their capacities in the field of technology and innovation. Regarding the qualitative aspect, if you were to read what is mentioned on the slide, technology is of course important. However, there are other skills that need to be further highlighted, such as the skills of writing and reading. As a teacher, I should not be forced to use technology. Technology should be an additional tool available at my disposal, but I should not be forced to use it if I do not wish to do so. So we have noticed that many teachers prefer not to use it, and however, it's still important to provide those teachers with the freedom to choose to use this technology or refrain from doing so. So they should have their own space to make the decision that is convenient to them in this regard. When it comes down to the professional development of teachers and educators, they have all mentioned that despite all the efforts that were exerted in this field, it is still important to further provide teachers and educators with the training opportunities for professional development. This should be done on a continuous basis, and some of the experts have already tackled this point. When it comes down to the professional development of teachers and educators, there are several education or development programs in place. There are also communities that help foster career development for teachers and educators. Therefore, there are indeed good opportunities to seize at this level. However, teachers and educators would like to be provided with career development opportunities on a continuous basis, and they would also like to attend more training workshops because they would also like to learn or to base themselves on peer-to-peer education and experience sharing. In some countries, there are specific educational conferences held for teachers and educators. Those conferences constitute a platform for peer-to-peer learning and the sharing of expertise between the concerned individuals. If you ever see teachers and educators coming together to share experiences, this usually helps enrich their knowledge and help them better build their capabilities. Now we will talk about the leadership skills among teachers and educators. It's important to provide the latter with the necessary opportunities to prove that they are good leaders. Teachers and educators are not simply mediators. They should feel empowered to fulfill their role of leadership in their classrooms. Providing those opportunities for teachers and instructors, as well as educators, is quite vital inside of the schools and outside of the schools. There was also the issue pertaining to partaking in developing educational policies that was raised. Teachers and educators are not always involved in the decision-making process when it comes down to developing educational policies, and therefore they have asked to be represented on a larger scale in the relevant committees. Furthermore, the teachers and educators have insisted on the necessity for them to be provided with the space or the freedom to amend the curriculum as needed, because at the end of the day, teachers and educators are aware of their students' needs. And in the region, the curriculum that we adopt is usually quite heavy. Therefore, there needs to be a certain margin of flexibility that is made available to educators and teachers for them to adapt the curriculum based on the needs. At the same time, it's important to mention that there is no special treatment being provided to students with more developed capacity. So all of the students are placed in the same classroom, and one pace is adopted when teaching. Furthermore, the participants in the survey have mentioned that it's important to include teachers and educators in the development of a new curriculum, as they are quite experienced in the field. They want to partake in the development of educational curriculums. Now I will talk about the professional posture of educators and teachers. I would say that the educational field is considered a sacred field, and there are quite some people who still want to become teachers and educators. However, at the same time, many feel that they are not quite respected by their students, or that they are not getting the appreciation and recognition that they deserve. Many teachers and educators do not feel that they have the space or freedom to express their concerns or their fears. Dr. Bailey has mentioned some of the practices adopted in Bahrain, and I think that we could actually learn from the Bahraini experience. In Oman, teaching, financially speaking, is on par with so many other career options. Therefore, there aren't really any specifications that could help the teaching or careers in the teaching field stand out. At the same time, it's also important to mention that many of the participants in the survey mentioned that they don't want to be simply celebrated on Teachers' Day. They want to raise awareness within the community about the importance of the role that they are fulfilling. They want to be more recognized and more appreciated by the higher authorities, the higher administrations that directly work with teachers and educators. This is something that is reflected inside of the schools and outside of the schools as well. I'm almost done. So basically, teachers and educators want to feel appreciated. Finally, the last axis is that pertaining to the well-being of teachers and educators. I would like to give you an example from Oman. We have an official Teachers' Day, which is considered a national holiday as a form of appreciation for the work that educators and teachers carry out. However, we need to do more in this regard. When we talk about well-being, we talk about well-being programs and programs aimed at boosting the psychological well-being of teachers and educators. There also needs to be programs that would allow to establish a better balance between the work life and the personal life. As Dr. Hassa has mentioned today, many teachers and educators feel overwhelmed all the time. They are constantly under pressure when dealing with the students and with their work requirements. So I always say that as an instructor, as a teacher, as an educator, You are being entrusted with the future of entire generations, and I know this puts a lot of pressure to bear on the individuals in question. Therefore, teachers, educators must take very good care of themselves first to be able to take care of those generations. Furthermore, many participants found that teachers are overburdened with their tasks. Sometimes there are additional requirements such as the diversification of the curricula, diversification of the classes provided by the same teacher, among other factors that contribute directly to exacerbating the pressure that those individuals feel. There are recommendations on the slide that you could read. It's important, for example, to provide more leadership opportunities for the teachers and instructors. It's important to ensure that there are mechanisms aimed at improving the social status of teachers and educators, not to mention the importance of adopting and developing new training programs that would help ensure the continuous professional development of the concerned individuals. All of those recommendations are quite important. I also want to talk about the importance of developing social media, online platforms. There are several platforms that have been launched in the region, and there's quite those platforms have picked up quite a momentum at the moment. So we have to build on this momentum as much as possible. It's also important to keep focusing on innovation and technological advancements. Teachers should not be forced to use technology. They must feel free to choose in this regard. Of course, the well-being of teachers and educators remains also a priority. And I think that the school principal, which is the quote-unquote direct leader or direct manager of teachers and instructors, should play a vital role in encouraging the staff and appreciating them. Being a teacher is not simply a matter of education or qualifications. Being a teacher is also heavily reliant on having enabling policies that will help further support the work carried out by those individuals in order to ensure the well-being of future generations. We should be able to provide attractive packages to teachers and instructors. We should also work on developing their life professional, social, and educational skills. There always needs to be sufficient incentives for those individuals to want to commit to their career choice, to their jobs. And this is directly related to them as individuals. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have reached the end of the presentations. Now we'll open the floor to the general debate for 10 minutes, or general discussion for 10 minutes before we take our lunch break. I need an extra microphone, please.
حسبني الله يسلمك.
السلام عليكم دكتورة
Assalamu alaikum. Dr. Al-Bakr from Saudi Arabia.
Lucy, who talked about the program in Bahrain, which is very impressive.
بحرين، وأعتقد أن هذا البرنامج مثير جدا للإعجاب. عندما تقومون بتوظيف أو باختيار المدرسين من البداية، ألا يؤثر ذلك على ميزانية الوزارة ككل؟ البحرين ليست بلدا ثريا للغاية، بالتالي كيف يمكن إدارة البعد المالي الخاص بهذا الموضوع؟ ولدي سؤال ثاني للدكتور أورا. تحدثت أو ركزت في الواقع على أنه من المهم التفكير والتحدث عن القصص والسرديات الخاصة بالمدرسين. وذكرت أنه يجب أن نكون ضالعين في التدريبات الخاصة بهؤلاء الأشخاص. بالتالي سؤالي هو كيف يمكن تحقيق ذلك لا سيما في مجتمعاتنا، علما أننا في مجتمعات عادة يتردد فيها الأفراد في مشاركة قصصهم الشخصية مع بعضهم البعض. شكرا لكم جزيلا. شكرا لك جزيلا على أسئلتك، أنا أقدر ذلك.
Because it doesn't cost money to get the right people as teachers. If we select the wrong people into teacher education, then we end up losing them after a few years because they leave the profession, or else we're stuck with the wrong teachers. So getting those selection decisions right at the start, making sure that teaching is seen as a respected and attractive profession, saves money in the long run because it means that we're training the right people and we will keep them as quality teachers throughout their careers. But it's a great question. Thank you.
Yes, you can hear me, right? I think this is a very interesting question. I was myself in a situation away from the University of Hong Kong, and I was experimenting with teachers in a totally different location. I find it fascinating to learn, when I look back, to make a place safe. That means when you enter a room, a small universe of the culture, everywhere I think you can do it. It's not to say you have to be so private, so secret. No, we're professional. And a lot of these personal stories can go public because it is so widespread. So I find that is the moment of empowerment, when teachers can actually feel safe. And I, as a chair, as a moderator of of narrative inquiry, I have to make sure one principle, non-judgmental. As soon as you start judging an experience from your own personal experience, then people will shrink back and do not want to share. Just listen and no judgment, and amplify the story with further understanding by being curious, being compassionate. So try it. It can be across culture. Any culture is humanity. And I particularly want to add one more thing about AI. I think we need to think about what is being human as opposed to what AI can do that we cannot do, and what we can do and AI cannot do. And that is a relationship matter. Once we sort that out, then we can create very kind and very positive and very vibrant environment. And that is across humanity.
Thank you. دكتور تفضل.
شكرا جزيلا. الدكتور براهيم عبد الوهاب الحوطي، كلية تربية جامعة الكويت. عندي نقطتين حق الدكتورة عائشة إذا لقيتها في موضوع البحث.
Regarding her research, among the main topics that she raised was the topic pertaining to lack of trust. Appreciation and respect are there, generally speaking, and the Ministry of Education works on spreading or on strengthening this culture of respect. However, there is a lack of trust. And there is a very beautiful motto that I would like to mention: in teachers we trust. So trust is a key component, it's a key element, and I don't think that this topic is discussed enough at the moment. We always question the decisions made by teachers and educators, so this showcases a lack of trust in their capacity to make the proper decisions. This was the first point I wanted to raise. The second point pertains to the following. We still perceive educators and teachers in the GCC as civil servants. we do not perceive them yet as professionals. So teachers' professionalism is quite important. I think there's a large difference in our perception and in how we deal with individuals based on that same perception. If we are dealing with them as civil servants, then our behavior towards them would be different compared to if we were to treat them as professional teachers. So they are considered as civil servants at the moment and not professionals. We need to work on that, I think. We need to change our perception of teachers and educators because they are not simply civil servants. So could you please comment on those 2 points? Thank you very much. Thank you, Doctor, for having raised those 2 issues. We know that you are one of the main researchers in that field, so thank you so much for sharing those 2 points with us. I second what you have just said. I do agree with you. Trusting in teachers and educators is not yet very strong. Sometimes we think that we could simply question every single decision taken by a teacher and educator. As we are aware of, teachers and educators are highly qualified. And as a decision maker, for example, you simply have to trust that those professionals are capable of making the right decisions at the right time. So I think that the first point that you have mentioned is quite logical. Regarding the second point, we are not all on the same level, or there are disparities in GCC countries. I think Qatar is the most advanced when it comes down to providing clear career development path for teachers and educators. In Oman, we also do have some career paths that are also predetermined, and the promotions policies are also clear. However, to be very honest with you, I don't know what the case is in Kuwait or Saudi Arabia. However, changing the perception will not take place unless there are clear career development paths. And it's also important to reinforce and to empower teachers and educators. We need to ensure that those teachers and educators are enjoying the necessary autonomy to flourish in their work. We are not simply there to hold them accountable for the mistakes that they make. We need to give them the space that they need to make the necessary decisions as well. And this could be done through several training programs and also amending the educational system in place with the aim of strengthening and empowering those same educators and teachers. Thank you very much, Doctor, for your comments. Excuse me, there are more than one question in the room. So I will take the last question now, actually, because we are out of time. I apologize for that. The gentleman in the back. I apologize, Dr. Hamid. I know you wanted to also intervene. Dr. Saud As-Salahi. My question is addressed to... It's not actually a question, it's a comment addressed to Dr. Aisha about the leadership in the field of education. We know that there are several training programs in place addressed to teachers and educators. And there are universities that offer those programs at the moment. It's a form of continuous education and with the aim, provided with the aim of ensuring that teachers and educators are always up to date. In your opinion, what could be the indicators based on which we could measure the success of those programs? Because as we are all aware of, without having qualified teachers and educators, all the efforts that we are undertaken would be in vain. We need to focus on empowering and strengthening not the professional capabilities of doctors and educators. I have personally... in Saudi Arabia, we have carried out a research in this field in 2017. And in light of the outcome of the study, a platform was developed with the aim of allowing teachers and educators to register to partake in training programs. And on the long run, we want to make this platform a GCC platform So a comprehensive GCC platform that would allow educators and teachers in the GCC to further work on their professional development. This platform could be used in all the ministries of education in the GCC, and it will provide the opportunity for educators and teachers to come together to further strengthen their capabilities via this platform. Thank you, Doctor. Do you have any comments to make? So I think that the doctor will talk about the platform later on, actually. I would like to remind you that we'll take a 2-hour lunch break. Then we will resume our... There is a round table that will take place after the lunch break. You have received the invitation and you are welcome to attend. It will take place on the first floor. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We will break for lunch and we'll resume in 2 hours.
شكرا لكم سعادة الدكتور صبيح المخيزيم عضو هيئة التدريس بكلية الهندسة والبترول جامعة الكويت. شكرا لك لإدارة هذه الجلسة، شكرا المتحدثين، والشكر أيضا لكل الذين تحدثوا على مدى جلسات اليوم الأول لهذا المؤتمر. غدا إن شاء الله سيكون لقاؤنا عند 9:30 صباحا. غدا بإذن الله سنلتقي عند 9:09 صباحا. إلى أن نلقاكم نستودعكم الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.